That sounds like Morgan's ready.
Yeah,
I
I
said
think
I
we're
would
ready
be
for the
last week,
recap.
and I am.
That's true. That's true. They did say that. So let's see how ready you are. Take it away.
Gang's all here? Alrighty.
Gang is all here.
During session 2,
Oh,
we
I
carried
do
on.
think. Sorry, I do think Max did say that they're taking their dog out, but I don't know if
Uh-oh. Did Max come back?
they would like.
I don't think so.
It was 2 minutes ago, so maybe not, because they were just taking their doggy to pee.
We can wait a couple beats longer.
Yeah, we can wait a
Sorry.
second. Everyone say hi to the
Don't be.
internet.
Hi, internet. That was bad on my
You-
voice.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
You've never heard of me before, and you never will again.
Rightfully so. Who are you?
Forget the
I've
sound of
never
my
met
voice.
you in my life.
Not you.
Oh, might be. I was ready to play Amnesia
Tracking me down
patient.
in real life is the only way to break the curse. You've done it.
That's fair. I've been inside of your home.
I did not know where that sentence was going to end.
Yeah,
I was
you
like, where?
know,
What?
That one was.
That's how we break curses now?
that was a.
Is it not?
I mean, it could be.
Guess we'll find out. I see Max typing. I think Max is back.
I'm back, yeah.
Yay! All right, Morgan, you've got the spotlight.
All right. So, during session 2, we carried on from our introductory meeting and, newly hired, boarded the Eclipse, a 200-meter-long vessel under the command of Captain Zara for a treasure hunting expedition. The treasure hunters met the officers on board, namely, and quite rapidly, the eccentric Starfinder, got medically examined and belittled by a callous space sawbones who was able to talk some shop with the diminutive medical magician Eliora, and started to become acquainted with one another. Suddenly, several agents of the Masked Veil, enforcers for the criminal underworld on the bazaar, that were recognized discreetly by our own secretive Ramiel, boarded the Eclipse and found a bomb that had been stashed aboard. They removed the explosive under no protest, though the bomb's source and intentions remain unknown to the group at large. Once the excitement had died down, it was time for the Eclipse to depart, and after a jettisoned gust over escape velocity, the bridge was greeted by a mysterious broadcast over the speakers. Etherean. Not what it seems. Trust no one.
Incredible.
That was a much better recap than I was going to give.
To be fair, not a lot in terms of encounter happened last week, but it was a lot of like it's always that pilot episode that like sets you up for the rest of the season. So
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
if you need more info, I got body slammed by a robot within an inch of my life.
Yeah.
But I feel like that first chunk about covered it.
Yeah, pretty much. That's essentially the gist. I mean, you guys took time to acquaint yourselves one another with the officers of Zara's crew, which is correct. And yeah, and now it's just a matter of us now heading into the slipstream of hyperspace. So far, takeoff was good. There wasn't a whole lot of issues there, which is good after running preliminary checks by the officers on board. But yes, that seed of unknowing and slight distrust amongst everyone now is unfortunately there. Well, it seems that way. I don't know. You guys all have your own consciences, so
Did anyone on the bridge seem to react to the broadcast, but especially to that first word, Etherean?
In terms of the officers on board and captain.
I mean, I guess to a certain extent, any of the players as well. I don't know where Ethereum comes from.
That is true. Um, primarily, at least from the officers on board, is what I can give you. Um, it it does raise some eyebrows, obviously, across the bridge. For the captain, though, however, not so much. She was a little too unfazed by this transmission that had come across. But uh, given the nature of her hardened exterior, it can be presumed, without any checks, that she's probably heard slash seen probably far worse than any kind of threat that may come through just as a transmission.
In that case, I'll just lean over to Starfinder. What's Ethereum?
Oh, well, that's the galaxy that we're in, silly. I mean, it goes by a lot of names, but that seems to be the one that most people just kind of, for the most part, go by. I've heard it called 100 different things, and most of them aren't very nice. Actually, that sounds terrible now that I say that out loud.
So, yeah. What what within a galaxy at large would be not what it seems? Is that sorry? Do you get hijacked by pirate signals often? Am I overthinking this?
Well, I mean, it's not really my place to say, but I have heard, possibly listened in to a few conversations where people have had contact with a lot of different people, and sometimes, yeah, they do slip in. On a mission like this, though, I would hope nobody would have any ill will toward us. I mean, we're doing the impossible, right? Like, this is supposed to be like an exciting thing.
Starfinder, I fear as treasure hunters who departed from a public station of ill repute, many people are going to have it out for us.
Well, yeah, I mean, I suppose that's one way to look at it. But I mean, if on the other side, there's probably a lot of people rooting for us. I mean, think about it. No
Why?
one's been able to do it before.
So? There are a lot of optimists in the bazaar.
Well, I, uh, hmm. I mean, I guess it depends on who you ask. I'm sure.
I'm asking you.
I mean, I'm sure there's people out there that would have some kind of positivity toward this. Not every day somebody makes a jump for it.
So there are we expected to do like anything aboard the ship during its day-to-day operations, or are we fully just like mercenaries who have been hired to be escorted by the ship's crew and do a mission once we arrive at our location?
So there will be day-to-day chores that will be like relatively assigned. Um, it's not going to be anything extraneous, but you are expected, anyways, to be at least semi-helpful in the upkeep of the ship itself on day-to-days.
And is it safe for me to assume that my guild connections allow me to support the ship in other means instead?
It could be negotiated with the captain, sure.
Lovely. I do not need to get my hands dirty.
Literally. All right. Well, I mean, I guess to touch back on Dahlia's point, I mean, does anybody else have any kind of opinion on the situation with the transmission that had come through?
Can
I've
I do
chosen
like
not
an
to worry about it.
Can I do like an insight check at
Toward
the
who?
crew?
Sure.
Um, yeah, just general. Um, 12, 11,
11. 11.
negative
Uh,
1.
great, great. You love to see it. I mean, general insight on an 11 on the. Is this for the officers on board or is this for everyone?
I'd say specifically the officers on board.
Officers on board with an 11 at least. I mean, there's some genuine shock across like Starfinder's face, and the thing is with like Ironjaw, you probably would have caught him just he has that like he has a very serious demeanor all the time, so it's really hard to judge. But you kind of do see him ever so slightly and subtly gesture, like look over towards Zara's position, and her with her at the helm again. There's not a whole lot to read behind her face. She's not phased by this in any way. Um, Hard to really tell what's going on behind those eyes, but it just is driven determination at this point. Um, Echo is an android, so not a whole lot of emotion behind it, I guess, rather. But you can, I mean, it's visible that she is actively trying to transcribe this transmission.
Gotcha.
Anyone else? What are you guys feeling?
Oh, oh, I'm not really feeling nothing. Intrigue, I guess, mostly.
As a semi sentient piece of metal. Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, well, semi-sentient is kind of fucked up, but okay.
Semi-sentient.
Semi-sentient. Right. No, yeah, no,
um, there, I guess, wouldn't be much of a shocked look with Ramiel. If anything, it's more of an eye roll as like, okay, this is kind of basic common knowledge, but that's also because he comes from the bazaar, right? So for him, it's just kind of like, yeah, no doy. So
People
I
having
think
ill
for
will in a
him,
crime ridden area is that's crazy.
that's crazy. Who would have thought the crime rate would be so high? So yeah, for him it's more of a didn't need that, already knew that kind of situation. um Kind of look, and I think at some point, once like the quote unquote initial takeoff is done, is when he would probably go back to just kind of the general quarters where everyone's staying. You've seen space once, you've seen it 1,000 times, you know.
I mean, that's fair. Would anyone else like to share initial thoughts as we head into space?
What are we like? Are we like? What are we passing by? I guess.
As the ship is heading into hyperspace, it's kind of hard to tell, truthfully. The only thing you can really see necessarily at first glance as we take off is initially just stars, like laser beams, I guess, past the windows. Um, there's not a whole lot on the horizon here just yet.
Gotcha.
Vast emptiness.
Yeah, I think after a while, Booker would probably head back to the quarters as well, unless we're gonna be given chores.
Awesome. Oh, I did not mean to zoom.
Give me 1 second. Wiki threw up.
Dang it, Wiki. Warp speed. Yeah, I mean, with the hum of the engines and the soft flicker of all the red lights in the bridge as the engines on the Eclipse spool up and you guys take out the hangar here into the vast emptiness of space at hyper speed. You would notice actually the Eclipse itself, you can hear it mechanically trigger as the ship itself begins to modulate. And what would look to be, I guess we can be good to give us all a visual here. I'm on the wrong screen. That's why. No. Nice. I love that all the drawings show up before the actual image. I want this one. Yeah, these kind of wings here, these jet propulsions, they modulate backwards into more of a slender, longer configuration of the ship that allow it to travel a little more aerodynamically. And you can hear as the ship itself is actually rearranging. However, the configuration of everything inside is it doesn't move, weirdly enough. Like everything in the ship rotates itself as the ship itself is rotating. So, in the silence, there is just an eerie calm after the departure from at least from the officers on board. Aboard the bridge up at the top where everyone particularly was when we had taken off, they're pretty dead set into their systems. Starfinder charting, and actively plotting the next jump point, from information that was given from Zara, as well as Echo, actively trying to transcribe this transmission because that technically shouldn't have been there. However, not unlikely that something like that would come in. Um, but there is a sense of urgency that she seems to be putting on it past her usual screening of transmissions that typically are out there. Um, but it doesn't take very long for you guys after you guys are gone, have departed, that Ironjaw goes to his comms bracelet and asks Gizmo for a progress report. It doesn't take super long, but there is like a few minutes of intermission where there is no reply, where Ironjaw is very visibly becoming annoyed by it. And as he's getting up from his seat, you can hear Gizmo crackle through the comms bracelet as he replies, "Well, there's something here that just doesn't quite make a whole lot of sense, but we're figuring it out. Um, maybe you should come down." And as annoyed as he is, Ironjaw does manage to make his way down there to the maintenance hub to go assist in Gizmo and whatever it is that he thinks he found. It would be probably about 2 or 3 hours into this jump. Is anybody doing anything specific at this time?
I think at this point I'm probably just back in my pod.
Fair enough.
I think if there's enough people in the crew quarters, Booker's gonna try to talk to them if there's more than one person in there.
Fair enough.
Of course.
Ramiel definitely has. Oh, so sorry.
No, I was just gonna say whoever's in there, I think he's gonna go in and he's gonna be like, how did you all get involved in this whole ordeal?
How did we get involved? Remember?
It's
I
just
would-
dead silent.
I would love for Joey to just just have you roll just a history check and just
Okay.
I'd love to see what that would even be.
History. Oh, this one. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got an 8.
Yep, have no idea.
Yeah, I don't fucking remember.
I was there and now I'm here.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly how I live my life.
That's fair.
Does anyone know how they got involved?
Ramiel, do you want to share?
Being up a
Well, so that's
kid.
what I was going to kind of like I was like, how many people I guess are in the quarters, because for Ramiel he probably would have tucked himself away in his like makeshift tent, and is very kind of like, unless someone comes peeking through, not a very sociable creature, which is interesting. I think, though, the only person who would know the difference would be Ariana, who had seen him as a shopkeep. So like, to see him going from a very like very handsy, very vocal individual to he shuts himself away into the quiet of his own little sanctum is a vast difference. But again, I was like, is is it just poor Ramiel and Booker in the room? Because I'm like, I don't want to be like a full dick, or is there more people in there?
It sounds like Noctrix is maybe in there as well, but I don't know who else wants to be in there.
Understood. um, damn. Okay, so I guess I'll back up a bit on that plan.
No, I think if you're if he's kind of if Booker's by himself sort of in there, and then he would have probably like done it the best way that he could of like sort of knocking on the tent and kind of pulling it back a little bit, asking that question.
um what Booker would see then, I guess, more in that moment, would be definitely kind of Ramiel just sitting crisscross, and he would have his tarot deck in hand, and as Booker would open it, a card would slip out, kind of like almost in the exact moment of him opening the tent. And if Booker were to see it, it would be the card would be the Fool, but it would be upside down. um, I did a lot of thinking about everyone's individual cards here.
I love that.
Um, and also on the bed would be a fuzzy long noodle. It's not really a fuzzy noodle, but it's a ferret, who has stolen different kind of fabrics, probably from other people, and has made a nest for himself.
Are those playing cards?
No. They are far from playing cards.
Well, what's the point of cards if you can't play with them?
These cards can give you insight, advice, but also can predict the future.
You say that, and Booker's eyes go really wide, and he goes, "Well, I'm trying to see. Like we all heard that transmission. And I'm trying to see if anyone um, is concerned about who we're with and what that might have meant."
It means I'm sure we are all criminals in some way, and none of us are trustworthy.
Yeah, I guess so. Could your cards say anything about that?
They could, if I was interested enough to know, but I do not care.
Oh,
I am just here to try to get the money I need.
are you concerned about us being in danger at all, or not at all?
I have already vocalized that this whole voyage that we are doing is a death wish. I can only hope that I do not die in the process, but do I expect everyone else to possibly perish? Yes.
That okay. Those cards wouldn't happen to say whether or not I perish, would they?
They could, but you cannot afford the reading. I do not work for free on this.
How do you know I can't afford it?
Looking at you, you seem like the kind of person who would easily walk out on a tab because you could not afford it.
Maybe I'm just doing that, looking this way, to appear unassuming.
Mm-hmm. You
That's clearly working.
was that as Of course, sure. It's working for someone, I'm sure.
How much would you charge for a reading?
More than you may even have in your pocket.
Sounds like a challenge. I'll be back for a reading. And he'll turn and, and go back to his bed. And then he'll kind of, if there's no one else in the room, he'll just hang out on his bed and play with a lighter, probably.
Is the lighter shiny?
Yes, it is.
Good to know.
I'm surprised there wasn't a roll in there.
I'm working on it.
Probably should have insight
Give me a
checked.
second. The issue is it's in his hand.
Will we be told what our chores are? I guess through the wrist thing.
Yeah.
Comms. Okay.
Yep. So, I mean, amidst the conversation and just kind of initial settling in, over the comms would be an announcement from Zara dividing everyone into their active duties. And so, Starting with Nyx, they would be on the weapons calibration for the day, Starfinder, navigation, plotting the next jump. Echoes to decrypt the transmissions, particularly the one that was most recently sent and got through. Thorn is on medical checkups and research, and for the rest of you, we are on maintenance and ship upkeep. So that includes, but is not limited to, daily chores. So, she will not assign anyone by name. However, there will be an active list that has been made up and left in the mess for you guys by Iron Jaw. There are chores to clean. Someone will take over cooking duty for the night, for each night. There will be active duty, active duty kind of, I don't want to say like errands, but essentially they're errands. Anybody who needs assistance will be garnering assistance on assistance duty. That will be handed out to 2 people per day. Yeah, there's chores. I mean, for the most part, though, it's not really anything that is going to be damning to anyone. However, yes, various basic maintenance that is to be done aboard ship so as to keep this place, at least for the most part, up and running as a almost kind of like a firehouse type deal. Everyone lives in and everyone contributes. And everyone will rotate.
Booker. I think Booker will volunteer for a assistant chore.
Fair enough.
Are any of my fellow treasure hunters interested in taking my work?
Double the chores? What are you offering for that?
Well, what wants or needs have you aboard the vessel? You do this for me. What do you need or want me to do for you?
I'm not sure you would be able to get it for me.
Oh? Well, now I'm just curious.
Well, as we were talking earlier, you made me realize I don't really know very many spells to protect myself. I really only know the healing spell, so I would really like some kind of spell book that contains protection spells instead of just healing spells.
Interesting. And you've sort of dedicated your whole deal to this like, do you heal professionally, or is it just sort of where you've put your magical expertise? Are you an adventurer or are you a doctor?
I guess a mix. I
I
wouldn't call
see.
myself a doctor. I know a lot of healing spells, but only because the situations that I was in kind of made me need to know them more than fighting.
Oh, I can help you. I can help you figure out how to protect yourself really easily.
That would
Oh,
be very grateful.
how so?
Um, damn it, I don't have those spells yet. Okay. Um, I think when it's asked how so, there's a bit of lightning that would strike next to sorry, I keep wanting to call her Eloise, and it's not your name. Eliora. Um, it's more of a yeah. It's the second that's asked how so. It's definitely like he definitely sent like a spell at her. Not directly on her, but right, really right close to her.
Whoa.
Oh my
Sorry. Did you
goodness.
mean protection as in attack, or did you mean protection as in like shield?
Either.
Well, she did say that the best way she figured out how to do it was when she was in need of it. So
Oh,
if she does
oh,
not want to be hit,
Ramiel, no, we are not deep ending our space doctor with
I like
protection
this idea.
magic.
We could always learn self-defense.
see,
I don't even know where to start with the shield spell though, so I
Exactly.
need to do my
That's why.
research first.
Right. Well, I don't have spell books on hand, but and I will pull Eliora aside where no one else could hear easily. You are a trustworthy soul, yes?
I would like to think so.
I could give you an opportunity to examine some protective magics up close.
Okay.
Would that be sufficient?
It should be, yes. I don't necessarily need a book to learn.
Understood. I also don't know that what I have is what I have access to, I should say, is not medicine magic. I don't know how easy it would be for you to call upon it in a time of great need, but I could at least show you a spell that you might be able to do your medical magical examinations over.
That would be fantastic.
And you feel capable of taking on two people's workload.
I'm quite used to it. So yes, I can help you with that.
Understood. Um, all right, yeah. Whenever we've got spare time, guess whenever you do, working two jobs, um, feel free to come by the pod, and if we've got a good 10 minutes of spare time, I can show you the thing.
All right, thank you so much.
Of course, thank you. Makes my time here a lot simpler. And she will
I
just.
also heard that the yelling was an effective way of getting people to figure things out.
So you're going to
Maybe we yell at
yell,
her.
do magic at her?
Perhaps.
Do magic! Ramiel, do magic! I'll grab just like a box of tissues or a book off of some nearby table or something in the mess hall and just chuck it at you.
He's gonna step to the side.
Oh.
It was amazing, yes. I predicted what you were going to do.
She like looks down at her hands in shock and horror. Like, ah, the very streams of time have betrayed me.
Dahlia, can I ask why you don't want to do your chore?
Um, beyond the obvious.
I would
Yeah.
also not like to do my chore.
I would also not like to.
I'm only taking one other person's chores.
Yeah, I
Oh,
figured.
well, besides the obvious, not really. I just figured I should try to get what I want, and I got it. Something
Is
happened to
there
me that I didn't want, and so I worked briefly to ensure that things would be like how I want them.
that's a very solid line of thinking. Um, is there something else that you're gonna do with your time since you're not gonna be doing the chore?
Well, I do have my trade to practice. I am an artisan. Um, I didn't just rent that space for more than a bed to my possessions. I will presumably be plying my trade and, depending on the nature of our expeditions, potentially entertaining clients within my personal space.
What is artisan? What does that mean?
Give me a history check.
Oh God.
Love it. It's going so
Oh, that's a
well.
0.
Oh,
Oh my God.
Oh no.
Artisan is
Yeah.
a noun
Uh-huh.
for like someone who does some kind of task or job. That's probably what you'd have with your 0. Um, but if
I'm
you are you
surprised I
just
even had
asking
that.
the question to her aloud?
Yeah.
Oh, um, well, we are a spacefaring, interplanetary organization of, well, various tasks, really. Um, little bit of like musical performance, little bit of speechcraft. Functionally, the core of the matter, via which we have accumulated a fair amount of our reputation, is the sex work aspect of it. The courtesan flying to where you need to be in space.
Can I ask why you're here?
Yes. So, in much the same way that I sort of deal with, uh, so are you, Eliora? Are you a doctor? Should I be prefacing you? Do you have a doctorate, or are you a professor, or you just have medical magic?
I just have medical magic. There's no need for a
So, as
special.
Miss Eliora,
Yeah.
handled my daily operations aboard the vessel, that might my quality of life be improved. Much in the same way, is working as an artisan okay, but living in luxury off the back of space treasure would be great.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense, I guess. I guess I'm. You
Things I
don't
say
seem like you
do.
would. Yeah. I guess I'm wondering why you would put yourself in so much danger for that. Or was it just money?
You see her grow contemplative. There's a loud as she sort of strokes her chin and chews on her lip. Uh, gi- um,
Should I do an insight
does
check
it
or?
insight could work. She has a lot going on. on her face.
I'll do an insight.
Hit me with it.
13.
Okay. Are you? I think with the 13, she narrows her eyes at you. Her like dark blue eyelids, causing the like electric green of her eyes to really brighten in the contrast as she focuses in on you. Why do you? Are you just curious? What do you want to know?
I guess I'm. Well, I haven't really gotten to ask all of you since we're kind of all in here. Is anyone concerned about the fact that we're not supposed to trust anyone? I'm just kind of trying to figure out why we're all here, and if
Hmm.
we were all brought here for any specific reason.
I see. Well, I'm not interested in being aboard a ship full of mistrust and fear of betrayal. So, I will be forthright with you. A large amount of money would make my life a lot easier, such that those seeking to make those seeking me would have a harder and worse fate.
And those seeking you wouldn't have any reason to possibly uh, infiltrate this whole mission in any capacity, do you think?
Mm. Well, if I were found, if the forces that be knew I were here, I would be unsurprised to learn someone else aboard the ship were in their service to reclaim me, or that the bomb had been planted to deal with me. But I
I'm
don't
sorry, bomb?
think the bomb that the folk um earlier, they found a bomb on the ship and they carted it off. Those scary folk in the masks.
I think you and I was the only ones present for that.
Oh yeah, someone snuck a bomb on ship.
You see Booker's eyes just get really wide, and he just goes, "Wait, like right before we left?"
I mean, it could have been snuck on board any time the ship was here, I suppose, but it was found immediately before our departure, yes.
Should we? Um, I feel like all of us arrived around the same time. Uh, are we worried about this crew at all that we're
Oh,
joining in
certainly.
with?
You've heard the outbursts that several of these people have had about their terrifying, traumatic lives filled with death and war and bloodshed, and how many of them are physically imposing and heavily armed and armored. I'm very concerned about many of the people on board this vessel. That's part of why I'm eager to clear up this idea about mistrust, at least regarding me. So I don't need those large, angry space warriors to have any reason to go after your good friend, the artisan Dahlia. What about you? Why are you here? Or unless you have more questions about those after me or the bomb.
Um, well, the bomb, I'm just wondering maybe should, like, do we think that this was an outside thing, or do we think it was possibly involved within the crew here?
I really couldn't say. There was so little information to go on. It could have been brought on by any of the people on this ship just in case they thought they'd need a bomb. It could have been a third party from one of our pasts. It could have been planted by the bazaar themselves so that when their secret agents show up to the door and find a bomb, You have more faith in their peacekeeping abilities. I've got nothing.
Hmm. Well, since all of us are sort of the outside hire, if we're all willing to sort of trust each other a little bit, I feel like if any of us find out anything alerting, such as, a bomb being planted on the ship, that maybe we can, or any information about it, maybe we can all, you know, promise to meet up and discuss it.
There is definitely an amount of like lemon sucking going on Dahlia's face as all of a sudden this like space adventure has become about trust in a way that she looks like she was not expecting to have to deal with.
Hmm.
But she kind of grimaces and goes, I think we can all hold on to as much secrecy as is necessary and still hopefully find a grand sort of cosmic trust. Not
Just make
bomb, not betray, but, you know.
just make sure that, none of us die from anything outside of us, maybe if we can. If everyone is willing to sort of be a team on this.
Who amongst the gathered crew looks the most like heroic or knightly? Are there anyone who look like they embody like a traditional sort of hero vibe?
Oh, absolutely not
I
over
mean,
here.
technically, Aaron would, but he's more like in like noble attire, kind of. Not really like knightly, I guess you would say.
But does he look what kind of vibe is Aaron bringing? What is he looking like as we're all gathered in this mess hall?
Vibe wise, bro, he's just peeping, I guess. He's not really like he's wary, but he's not like trying to make conversation with anybody just yet. He's just there.
Okay. Um yeah, I think Dahlia will look to Aaron just as like someone who looks heroic or at least has this vibe of the eye being drawn. Um oh, will you stand in the way of our foes? You protect us. Be a sort of head to our merry band of treasure hunters here. Are you Mr. Booker, are you suggesting a sort of coalition within the crew? Do you fear that that might foster a deeper mistrust with the officers? Or do you think it more likely that one of them is the untrustworthy one and this alliance is worth making?
I just think, I'm not saying that we distrust the crew, but they're all a group, you know? So maybe we could be a group since we're the odd men out, you know? I mean, they hired us for a job, so it kind of makes sense if we're sort of our own team teaming up with them, and then we can also, be aware if something untrustworthy arises within that crew.
What what puts you on a treasure hunt? Scrappy looking sort like yourself.
A lot of jabs at my appearance in the last hour, but
Oh, Scrappy, I'm sorry, are your knuckles not wrapped for punching purposes right now?
I mean, yeah. Um, well,
Commenting on your
uh,
fighting ability.
You saying it was a compliment?
Yes. Scrap. Like a
Oh.
like a rout, a scrap, a fight, a tussle, a row.
When Booker kind of gets the sense that maybe that's a compliment, he like stands up a little bit higher and kind of like goes, "Oh, well, thank you. Um, I am very scrappy. Uh, for
I was
this
laughing.
particular mission, um, I also happen to be in a similar situation as you, where I may have people um pursuing me, and maybe some money would go a long way at making them no longer pursue me. So that's kind of where I'm at. It's more for about my life than the money, to be fair. So
Without going into the specifics of your business, is your problem one that will be directly resolved by money, such as a debt, or is it a problem that will be alleviated by money, such as remaining on the run or building a private army in retaliation to the one after you?
that last one sounded very specific. Is that your plan?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I don't think they have a private army. Uh, that would make things way more complicated.
For me, no. It's just it's a debt situation, a very very big debt situation. Yes.
Okay, understood. Well, we will hopefully have plenty of opportunities to make you credits.
That would be great. But all that to say is you know, the whole point of me being on this mission is to survive. And
Mm.
I don't know if you know anything about me, but I am smaller in stature, and I think a team up would be in my best survivable uh, percentile, I guess, for myself, if everyone is
Sure.
agreeable to that.
I
Aaron would
think
just nod his head, not saying a
Dahlia
word, just nodding.
will look. Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying he wasn't. No words come out of Aaron's mouth. He's just nodding his head with his arms crossed around his chest.
Booker looks very happy that that he's nodding.
Dahlia watches everyone else's responses first.
Great responses.
Does anyone else have any
Sorry, I was.
opinions on Booker's sort of team up?
I think it's a good idea.
I think Booker will look to Ramiel and um, not actually, yeah. How does Ramiel respond? Since he's kind of seemed the loner of the group for the most part.
um I'm trying to think of the right way to like it's not a necessarily like it's not a verbal yes for sure, but it's definitely a kind of eye roll but not walking away from the situation. So like probably the closest thing to a yes for him without admitting that yeah, team up sounds like a really great idea.
Right. All right. So we have two yeses, one maybe.
Oh, I think Eliora enthused as well.
Okay, so three yeses, one maybe. Think that's.
Anyone else gathered or waiting in the wings?
Hmm.
Present in the mess?
I would have probably been on my way to the mess hall.
I
So
assumed this was happening once we had all
Yeah, I
gotten the
gathered.
notifications from the speaker and looked at all of our postings and things. Um,
I guess Aaron nodding would just kind of just apply to my
Yeah.
two brothers
Yeah.
regardless.
If he's
So
in, we're in.
Okay.
Understood. That's especially handy. An extra little in group there. Okay. All right, Booker. We'll watch each other's backs for as much good as it
Do
will
we
be
need
to
like
have a map fan at yours.
do we need like a code word or something if something is like, you know, not good with the other crew?
Yes. What should it be?
Hmm. Anyone else got an opinion?
No, let's have a code word.
No, I
Come on,
would
Booker.
also like to hear you come up with a code word.
I'm trying to think of some. Everything I'm thinking of is not anything that you could use naturally in a sentence.
Uh,
Well,
Dahlia
Mm.
just has this like Cheshire grin as she keeps prompting you, both of her tails like swaying and flicking playfully.
Booker's
no,
like
I'm just
really thinking about this. He looks very stressed out. He's taking this very seriously as he like racks his brain.
This is
We
life and
could
death.
try and-
Booker.
he's going to short circuit.
we could try and bring up maybe say, oh, look at how beautiful the stars look, or something.
Sorry,
I like
you can't expect me to not comment on the beauty of the stars.
But it has to be okay. We can comment on the beauty of the stars, but like in a
Oh!
specific way that makes it be like, ah, shit's going down.
maybe we could say the stars don't look very good or they're kind of ugly.
Yeah,
Because when are we
yeah,
ever gonna say that? You know?
yeah. The stars seem a little dull tonight.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right,
God, can you look at the chat real quick?
I like it. Stars are seeming dull.
Hmm.
Well, that's all sorted. Eliora, you've got your handful. I will, I suppose, be making my departure. Friends, feel free to have further counsel or get to work. And she departs.
Do I know who I'm assisting? Am I assisting a specific person or
For the time being, it's typically any of the officers on board who may or may not need assistance in any way. If everyone is departing, though, you're basically like on call.
gotcha?
Before we all depart, real quick, after the code word's been established, Aaron's gonna dig in his coat, and he's gonna pull out these like weird, it looks like a whistle, but it's not a typical whistle. It's made out of bone, and he'll give it to Booker, Dahlia, and then is anyone else there with us, or are we just all there?
I think
We're
we're
all
all
there.
there.
Okay, okay. I'll give one to everybody, and it's basically I'll basically tell them in case we ever get separated to the point where we can't say the code word, to just blow on that, and then we'll know where they're at, essentially.
Ramio's gonna blow into it.
Nothing happens. It's a silent. It's only me, Val, and Not can hear it.
Do you all like
This is
flinch
terrible.
as Ramiel blows into it at the close range?
It's,
Should I hide this? Should I not get caught with this on me?
I would prefer you not to lose it, but if you do somehow get caught with it, it's not anything of value. I could just make
Sorry,
another one.
are you all dogs?
Ramio's still blowing into this whistle, trying to figure out why it's
I'm
not
just gonna-
going.
I'm just gonna put it in my bag.
Val
Yeah,
spinning
no.
around
I'm
in
just gonna-
circles.
I'm just gonna turn over slowly to Ramiel with a hand out and just be like, We can hear it. Please stop blowing on it.
Val finally stopped spinning.
Remy, a little
How
Glad you
bit
don't
one
have
more
one of
time.
those in owl.
But
How are
Aaron's
you
just
all
gonna
capable
speak
of
to everybody and just be
hearing
like,
this frequency?
we infused magic into this. This was originally going to be just for us three, in case we get
And you
separated from one each
conveniently
other.
had enough for
I
I
lose a
made
lot
more.
of them.
7, 8 people?
Yes. See, I have two of them who like to run off and lose things, so I made
Mhm.
extra just in case.
And you keep them around because
Well,
Damn.
in case my two brothers ever get into trouble and I'm not with them, they could blow it and I could hear it. So then I'll be able to tell where they're at.
I think
no,
she
that's
meant, why
not
do
what
you
I'm
keep the
asking you.
bodies around?
Oh,
Yes, that was more of along those lines.
don't have an answer to that yet.
I just hope they didn't
It
give me a
sounds like you
job that
should have
involves
gotten rid of
flying.
them for a while.
Probably.
Val's just gonna look at you long ways and then look back at Aaron and then look back at the group. How could you say this? How could you say this about my boy?
They are my brothers, so I must protect.
Just because he can't talk doesn't mean he can't hear you.
I just hope they don't need me to fly for anything.
Fly.
Yes, you wouldn't get very far, would you?
Just gonna motion to the one remaining wing.
To be fair, you'd get as far as any of the rest of us were you asked to fly.
That's true.
That's valid.
I don't know. I could throw pretty far.
This motherfucker.
Do you want to see if that weird doctor can give you like a cyber wing?
I mean, I'll talk to him, but I don't know about that.
Don't
It
know
was on my
about
list to stop there anyway for a checkup just to make sure it's healing like normal.
Gotcha. Well, if it's
It
healing,
looks normal
then
to
that
me.
should be good. Right, sorry, I've retrieved this bell, and before that, I excused myself. Bazinga.
Goodbye.
She just pops like a bubble and is back in having retrieved the bell and excused herself.
Well,
Or whistle, I mean.
I'm going to go stop in at the doctor, so if anyone needs me, I would say blow a whistle, but I won't hear it. Just yell really loud.
Remy will blow the whistle.
Val is quickly showing up at your feet. Ready to do something, but he won't if Aaron doesn't say so. What is he about to do? I'm not gonna say.
I'm gonna signal to Val to just hold on. I'm just gonna explain
Hold on.
to Ramiel.
How much does Aaron's face look like he's regretting giving Ramiel a whistle?
A lot. He's very. You can visibly see it in his face. He is super annoyed that they keep blowing onto it. Into it, sorry. But I'm gonna explain one more time to Ramiel that no one else can hear it but us three. So if you
Yes,
keep
no,
blowing
I'm
on
aware
it,
of that.
if you keep blowing on it, I will have to take that from you.
Oh,
This is
what a
only
shame.
for emergency.
For me.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
The confiscation.
Ramiel wondering how much a potential future safety is worth a really funny joke.
Yeah.
It's like, what are the odds I'm gonna need the brothers and not have any other treasure hunter with me? I could probably blow this one more time. It'd be really funny.
Hey, he's made it this far on his own.
Awesome.
That
Who's
concludes, I will
tell
head to the med bay.
all right. And what are the other jobs anyone's taken up for today?
I
Ramiel
don't
is
think I was
definitely gonna
here.
grab
Honey, you
Aaron
were not
before
here.
Aaron
I was on the
leaves.
weapons calibration, I think.
You can certainly assist. Will Deadeye allow you to touch things? 50-50. Depends on how she's feeling for the day.
Well,
But yeah, Ramiel would grab Aaron before Aaron leaves. What are the chances you can tell us your and he motions over to Val. What did you say, your brother? I'm a bit too fatigued to handle whatever chores are suggested for the day. Any chance he would be willing to take on more responsibility?
Huh. You sound like you don't want to do them. Let me ask him real quick, and then Aaron would turn to Val and would speak through the mind link thing and ask him if he wants to do their chores or not.
Given the nature of the gifts that were given to us before, I'm gonna go ahead and assume that he's just gonna tell you absolutely not.
Aaron would just have a slight smirk on his face after hearing that, and then turn to Ramiel with a serious face again and be like, "I'm so sorry. He does not. He does not want to do the chores for you at this not this time."
What are the what are the chore options here?
Just leave one on the table. I'll be back for it.
Ramiel's gonna leave 2 on the table and go
Only
back to
taking
the
one.
room. Ramiel looks at the chore list. Very riveting. And heads back into the quarters.
Very riveting is crazy. All right.
I don't know if I was here or not when you
Yes.
listed the chores.
You were not here. That is correct. Basic chores: cooking, cleaning, trash disposal, and then there also are basic maintenance. Should there be needed for anything, calibration, missing panels, should anything happen to the hull. And then there are available. I don't want to call them like errand jobs, but because you're not necessarily going anywhere, you're all trapped inside a
Right.
tin can. But there are like assistance jobs to the officers on board should they need any help. You're basically on call.
Okay. I think Aaron would do that with the assistance of the officers.
Okay, that works. Going in before we get to Ariana in the med bay with Dr. Thorne. As you guys are all taking up a rather relaxed pose, as we're not doing anything strenuous right now. Thank everything that this takeoff was not a disaster. That could have been bad. Booker,
Yes.
you're gonna get an alert on your wrist, and it is going to be alerting you that assistance is required down in the maintenance hub.
Oh god. He's gonna make his way that way. Very
No,
nervously.
everything's fine. You go down there, and Gizmo's like, "We're going to blow up if you can't do this real quick." No, it's not that. Shouldn't be. Who knows? 50-50. Heading down to the maintenance hub, you see Gizmo is aggressively going in on a few things here. but there is like a weird small power fluctuation that you can see going on throughout the as he's checking both of the engines, and really he's like running back and forth amongst all of the rooms here, and you can hear Gizmo like cursing in a language that is unknown to you. And as he's rushing around, he notices you standing there for a second before. Oh, thank goodness you're here. Okay, I appreciate the speed. Uh, Anyways, will you help me hold this real quick? And he holds out a hunk of metal here, cylindrical, with a hole through it. It is fully metallic, and it is about the size of his head. He's not very big. He makes you look tall when you stand next to him. And as he's holding it up, with two hands, he's kind of like looking at you through the hole in this piece here. As he goes, "This is the conduit. It seems that there was a slight miscalibration in the plasma conduit, but the miscalibration is possibly because I'm holding it and it's not attached to anything. But that's not important. What's important is I just need you to come here, hold this real quick, so I can just quickly resolder it, and everything will be just fine, okay?" And he kind of like rushes you over toward one of the engine bays, and he just kind of kneels down. Well, you'd probably have to like kneel down slightly, because he's just kind of in there, and you see him take out a torch, and he drops his mask and goes, "Oh, you might want these for a quick," and he kind of hands you a pair of goggles real quick.
Do I need a mask also?
The goggles should be just enough. It's pretty rather sufficient, just as long as you don't look at the arc. Yeah, that's fine.
There's no toxic fumes or anything like that?
No, you should be fine. He said very, very uneasily for you.
Booker tries to hold his breath as much as possible while he holds this thing for him.
Okay, well, you don't happen to have any Tinker's tools on you, probably not.
I do not, no.
Okay. Then you can roll a sleight of hand for me if you would like to try to hold this steady.
Oh wait, it does say... It says I'm a proficient in Tinker's tools, I think. But I don't have them, no, so... just sleight of hand?
Yes, a sleight of hand.
Okay. 14.
Oh my goodness. There's well, as Gizmo's in there, and their arcs are is massive as sparks are flying everywhere. It's hard for you to see exactly where it is, and you're holding it as still as possible. And there's a small explosion, and it kind of goes off in like a small, and black smoke starts billowing out through this little crack here. It's you can't see or anything. I mean, and it smells awful. Kind of like almost kind of like a burnt rubber kind of a smell. And you just see Gizmo crawl out from underneath the pipe, and he just lifts up his mask like, "Whoo, that's not supposed to happen." Um, and as you're trying to maneuver your way out of this little panel here, you feel a brief little, like almost like a zap, like a static electric kind of like a zap. Um, will you please roll me? I'll roll it for you. That's silly to make you have to roll that. Okay, it's not bad. It's a good thing I rolled it. It's just you take one singular lightning damage from this little. It literally was just a little static electric shock for you.
Getting
And
really low. Yeah.
as you come back out, you look around and you realize there's this audible boom as all of the power in the ship goes out for a brief minute.
Is that
You-
supposed to do it?
Oh, definitely not. As he kind of calls over his shoulder as he's scurrying away to grab more, like digging through tools in his chest. That's okay. We'll be able to fix that up in just a second. And as he's kind of like running back, you can hear his voice. You can tell he's getting closer because his voice becomes a little bit louder. Before you hear a, and he kind of runs straight into a table leg. He comes back, and he's close enough now. You can kind of make out the shape of him, and he's like, "Well, all's good. We'll just be able to pop this back in here, and you mind
I
holding
think
this?"
while in the dark, he'll Booker will have like lit his lighter to try to help him as much as possible to see until he has to hold that thing again.
Did we agree on how many lighters that you had?
We had not.
I'll solve that in just a second. Okay, cool. You've got 3 lighters.
Cool.
So you reach into your pocket and you grab out one of your trusty lighters here, and you light it real quick and hold it underneath. And Gizmo hands you a flashlight and says, "You probably don't want to hold that too close. And here, use this." And he'll hand you a flashlight.
Yeah, he'll take that.
Turning on the flashlight and holding it up, you see as Gizmo kind of raises his torch once more, and and as he starts welding away, you see him kind of ask you, "Do you mind holding it a little bit to the left? I think I see the problem."
He will.
As he goes in, he realizes something. It wasn't just the missing part to the pipe for the conduit that was not quite right. I will let you roll. You can roll an intelligence check if you want to try and see what exactly that you're looking at, because you can. As he stops the torch for just a second and lifts his mask to really look at it, the fixings on there. There is an audible or like a visible confusion on his face.
You got the dumbest bitch in the party down here with the maintenance situation.
Oh, it's fine.
That is a full one, my guy.
Looking at it, you're like, I don't know what I'm looking at. Yep, that's a pipe.
He barely knows that. Come on.
And just kind of like he looks back at you and then looks back at the crack and then looks back at you again and goes, "I don't suppose you know anything about transmissions, do you?"
I know a little bit, but you could, tell me your opinion on it.
Radio. Well, there's been a few different transmissions that come our way, and some of them are rather. It's all just a bunch of chatter, in my opinion, but every once in a while there comes to be some kind of encrypted transmissions that don't exactly belong in here. This one in particular, and he starts like pointing, and again to you, it's just like, that's a pipe. It's got some fixings on it. That would be a bolt, if I'm correct, and this one is a peanut. Just yep.
Booker is pretending he knows exactly what he's talking about.
All the while, Gizmo's just fully going in. Well, you see, every once in a while, the relays here don't exactly line up, and then, of course, it contributes to more maintenance on the ship and makes my job a lot harder. And as he's just going on and on, Roll me a history check real quick.
That's really good for Booker.
I'm actually very impressed by
The
that.
15.
It was gonna be
Me
really,
too.
really bad though if you did not roll above a 10.
He has a -2 in history and he got a 15. That's pretty good.
The short term memory would have been really bad as this was but a few hours ago. um, as he's going on about this encrypted transmission and how it is affecting the situation here that he was dealing with, for which he called your assistance to, you realize that part of what you remember from up on the bridge, when that initial transmission came through when you guys departed from the bazaar, was Echo's immediate diligence into the encryption on it, and transcribing what she found to be very visibly something not right. And this has put an entirely new design in your mind, that has nothing to do with whatever the fuck the rest Gizmo is saying to you at the time.
Mhm.
But Gizmo's kind of going into it about how there seems to be whatever encrypted transmission that may or may not have come through, is affecting the ship. You good? Did you make a mess? Okay. Love you. That was a really loud crash and impressive to hear over my headphones. As long as you didn't spill anything, it's good. Okay. Basically, essentially, the what you gather from what Gizmo's telling you is an encrypted transmission here is piggybacking on the conduit and it's sending signals throughout the ship, which is not a good sign because that means there's something going on within the ship that is not cooperating as it should.
So
At,
is
yeah.
this like a? Oh yeah, I was gonna say. So is this like a turn it off, turn it back on type situation? Or
Well, it could be. I mean, presumably that Echo has solved the issue. She's rather good at those situations, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. Oh, here we go. And he kind of just takes a wrench to a pipe that is not a part of what your guys have been working on this whole time, and the power comes back on. Well, that'll ought to do it for now. And suppose as soon as I can get a new fixing for this here little coupling, I think we'll be just fine.
gotcha. Oh, how old is this ship?
Oh, this ship's been around for a while. Well, given the nature of its history before us, I'd say probably going on 37 years. She's old, but she keeps up.
Is there a way to trace the transmission and where it's being sent from? Are we thinking that it's being sent from the ship?
Well, that's Echo's department. She's usually the one that will be able to figure that out. But, I mean, there's a possibility, I suppose.
Understood. Well, let me know if there's anything else you need.
Oh, I will do. There's always stuff to do around here. If you're willing,
Booker
in
will
the
just
future,
kinda
I've got a few
oh.
projects in mind that you may be assistant to.
Uh-huh.
That doesn't sound horrifying at
I'll be
all.
open. No.
I surely
And
hope so.
Booker will kind of sneak out of the room once he's distracted.
He just like turns his back, drops his mask, and begins welding on a couple of pieces of metal on the table there. Doesn't even notice you leave.
Booker will, before he slips out, he'll be like, "Can I keep these?" and hold up the goggles. Or do you need these
Well, if
back?
you're coming back down here eventually, and sooner rather than later, then yeah, I don't see a problem.
He kind of slips them over his neck like a necklace and, like, very happily slips out that way.
Such a nice young lad.
Shame I'm gonna have to betray him.
It's a shame he didn't blow up initially.
My next project is I put him in the bomb.
Exactly.
Whoa.
Now you're thinking with
This bomb
portals.
is powered by pure punch energy. Have to put a
Engineered
monk
by
inside
yours
every one.
truly. All right. Heading back up, who's on cooking duty? Because I'm going to let you know now. Iron Jaw's already scouting out who's making food because he's hungry.
I don't think
And
anyone's
I'll
on
do
cooking
it,
duty.
guys. I'll do it.
Oh, God. Let the guy on the ship who has no
Robot
taste
chef.
bud.
Robot chef.
The one who can't eat
Yeah,
is
the
making
one
the food.
Hey,
I can eat. I just don't need to eat.
it's like that one episode with Bender when he was wanted to be a
I
chef.
can't taste, I'm sure.
You definitely can't taste.
Yeah, I definitely can't taste.
And just because you can eat doesn't mean that it's recommended, because I don't know how well that would work with your inner workings. But I'm not going to tell you what to do. You
I
have
think it
free
just
will.
gets all mashed up. I don't. Yeah, do I have a? No, I'm a robot. That won't make sense unless I'm super like cool and like need it for energy.
Hey,
You definitely don't have a need to eat. You were
Yeah,
not
I definitely don't
designed
have
to
any.
eat.
Yeah.
It's still on the table. When I get back, I'll probably end up doing it.
No. I already got it. Don't worry.
Oh, God.
oh, first night's dinner is gonna be great.
It's gonna be the best thing you guys ever tasted. I'm lying. I'm sure all this stuff is dehydrated, anyways.
Most of it, yeah. I mean, that's the good news, right? Next thing you know, you're just watching him put a pack of hot dogs in a lasagna.
Yeah.
Hey, you know?
Look, guys, I'm cooking.
Pack and all.
the wrapper with it. Don't worry, guys. It's just extra protein.
You guys need to get your
Wrapper and
plastic
all.
intake. How does one go about cooking again?
Actually, if Ramio caught on that this man was about to go cook, Ramio would love to watch this. We'll be friends, Robot Boy. Mainly because I want to watch you cook.
If the talking plane
Not
does anything
stepping to
right,
stop
it's
it,
cooking
but
scenes.
watch.
Clicking buttons and I don't mean to. Why does this mouse have so many
Ramio's getting
buttons?
good helpful notes by saying, "Yeah, you're doing great."
You're doing great,
All while
sweetie.
shuffling his cards in his hand. That is what he's more preoccupied. Ma'am, your
Sir.
cat is biting me. Sorry.
Did you feed her?
The cat?
Just as long as you don't feed her after midnight.
But it's not midnight.
It's always midnight somewhere.
Exactly.
Anyways, Ramiel is definitely watching the robot cook. This is gotta be the most entertaining thing he's got experienced in a hot minute.
All right. Oh God. Well, Nox is in the galley, beginning to go through all the packs of dehydrated food. We'll shift over to Ariana in the med bay. Dr. Thorne will
Chili. No, it's cold enough.
greet
Chili. They
you.
don't need chili.
Can I help you?
Yeah, you're a well, somewhat licensed doctor, right?
Yes.
Could you check the wound where my wing used to be? It's still kind of fresh.
As you remove your armaments to show him your shoulder blade, he kind of just takes a deep look into it and grabs his clipboard and begins scribbling on it from behind. You can't quite make out what it is, but it sounds aggressive. Looking back, looking over your shoulder at it as he's kind of like holding it out to put on his counter there, it just looks like a bunch of chicken scratch. And he kind of looks back at you and goes, well, it's definitely fucked. What do you mind telling me how it happened?
I mean, to the best of my knowledge, I can recount it, but basically, before I ended up anywhere near the station, my parents were both murdered while we were home. Still trying to figure out by who. Uh, the only real lead I have on that is something about echo blades, which doesn't ring any particular bells. And then whoever it was that was there decided to cut my wing off and keep it as a trophy and to use me more as an example to just kill me.
Oh, that's sounds brutal, kid. I'm not gonna lie to you. I mean, I don't really know too much about whatever these the echo blades are, but I mean, as far as I do know, I'm pretty certain that there's some kind of void-born. That sounds like something crazy and psychotic they would do. But unfortunately, there's not much help I can give you on info on that. But as far as this wing goes, I think if I worked with Gizmo a little bit, we'd probably figure something out. Unless, of course, no, we probably shouldn't do that. Yeah, we got options. Just give me a little bit of time, and maybe we'll come up with something.
I'm not sure I'm looking for a new one just yet. Mostly I just needed you to see about maybe, I don't know, changing bandages on it or making sure it's not infected. It's kind of hard to reach back there.
That I can definitely do. He begins dressing it once more, and as he does, he's kind of going over it in a way that is slightly uncomfortable to you. Um, like he's being tender, but just there's not enough care in there for you to feel comfortable necessarily. But he does dress it well and tight so that it doesn't exactly so that if should you do anything strenuous, it shouldn't come undone as well as bleed through. Um, he gives it one good look over and begins taking a few measurements. And then he kind of takes a glance over at his vials on the desk, and then he just shakes his head no and is like, "This will be fine." And by then, he kind of just stands up and comes around to you, the front of you, and says, "Do you mind if I measure your other wing there?"
Yeah, sure.
He takes some more measurements and kind of asks you, or kind of looks at you for a second and like a questioning look. This is gonna sound like a really odd question, but Is there any chance that I could actually take a blood sample as well? Not for anything in particular, but if those echo blades are voidborn, I'm gonna have to let you know now that there's probably something that they used. I wouldn't want anything happening in the inside of you as well.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, at some point I've got to hunt them down and kill whoever killed my parents, but
Totally understandable. He kind of like wheels around in his chair real quick and grabs a needle. And as he begins sterilizing the area, quickly just quick poke. Uh, it's a slight prick, but it's enough for you to feel it. Um, it's quite aggressive. I'm not gonna lie to you. Little sharper than any maybe refinery that you even like say your mother may have had with you when you were a child. But it gets the job done. He extracts only a few cc's of blood here before capping it and saving it. Um, he thanks you and kind of gestures toward the door before he lets you know, just if anything else happens to you while aboard the ship that doesn't feel normal, just come back here immediately. Okay? I'm not saying anything will. Just if you feel weird or you're noticing things that you don't normally do or think about, just come back here for safe for safety.
yeah. And I guess if you need me, you can reach me over the little wrist communicator.
Yeah. We'll be in touch.
I'm gonna go see what I need to get done for the day.
All right. Well, try not to do anything crazy. We'll be just fine.
With that, I will head back to see what is left on the list of to-dos.
I think at this point you'd be walking into the galley as there's just Knox in there aggressively throwing things,
Juggling knives and shit.
everything but cooking, while Ramiel sits there watching.
The hell are lentils? We don't need fucking
What?
lentils.
What all is in there
No,
on the
you're
table?
absolutely right.
Who do people even need fucking metal shavings? They need iron or some shit like that. Fucking
Oh, for sure.
No.
This is not watching. You are
And the,
actively complicit. This is
Ariana's
sabotage.
just gonna walk over and be like, don't worry about it. I got it. I got it.
No, let him cook.
Oh no, it's probably
Let
better
the man
I do it
cook.
before I try to do something and pick something up that's too heavy and reopen the stitches.
I got it. Okay.
You see, he says he has it. Go. They have a cleaning option. You can go. I don't know. Get a broom sweep.
I would like to be able to actually eat tonight.
Yay, everything in
You
here is
will.
edible.
You see, he is a man of his word. Everything is edible.
It doesn't bother me to do it.
Alright, you can be my sous chef.
Damn it.
Just don't question what I do.
Hey. Sous chef, not full chef.
You listen to the chef. He takes charge.
And you say yes, chef.
No, I'm just gonna.
Stand
You know
up.
what, I'm just gonna go take one of the other jobs.
It's not worth this.
I will not be responsible for tonight. I
Oh,
suppose I will take one
boy.
of the cleaning jobs.
While everybody's going through finishing up the chores toward the end of this day, oh boy. Joey, go ahead and roll me a d20 with disadvantage.
You
Oh,
got it,
God.
boss.
You have super
D20 with
disadvantage.
disadvantage.
D20 with
Knox, I
disadvantage.
believe in you fully. You got it, buddy.
How do I
I
put
don't know.
disadvantage on this?
Do it.
Just roll twice and take the lower.
Okay.
I think if you right click, you can choose disadvantage on D&D
I got a
Beyond.
14.
Damn.
Yeah.
Wow.
14 and
Yeah,
7.
that'll be
Better
fine.
than I thought. I
I'm
was fully expecting to hear maybe a 4 or a 3.
I was too.
well. Knox announces that dinner is ready, and surprisingly, it's rehydrated. It's just a little crunchy in some areas, but it's edible.
Man of my
Not
word.
not fully rehydrated, but or I guess not fully warm. But there at least there wasn't too many mishaps on like combinations of things that may have occurred that could have occurred. Um, it's edible. It's not great, but it's edible.
I've
We're
eaten
making
worse,
sure.
so this is quite good. Thank you for dinner.
Anytime.
Thank you.
Hey,
It
maybe I'll
is.
take up
I
this cooking
watched.
thing full time.
It is
Put a
edible.
little chef hat on him.
I'd love that.
Knox, is this the first time you've ever cooked?
Does boiling someone alive count?
Nope.
I
No.
would say so.
No, it does not.
Ramiel, you are not helping.
I feel like I've been very helpful thus far. There is dinner, yes.
If you could
If you can call it dinner.
It is edible.
Let's circle back to the boiling thing. What and why and when and who?
He owed me credits.
and how?
Fuck, man.
I'm. God
Okay,
damn.
note to
He owed
self:
you.
never have to owe Nocturix credits, or if you do, make sure you pay.
Hey,
it
just
back.
pay me back on time.
Or just
Booker
don't
looks
take a loan from you.
horrified.
Okay,
I
I
didn't even
understand why
think of
this
that.
one is kept around.
Who owed you credits? Is there more to that story, or it's just like some guy?
You
Yes,
know,
was this your dreaded arch nemesis who, after
I'm
a
praying.
decade of dueling, you happened to
praying.
suspend him over accidentally a boiling thing, and the only way to defeat him was to sunder his grasp, and he fell and boiled?
oh,
I do
definitely
hope
not.
it was
Praying
just
that's
someone
Oh
random.
God,
I might
Oh,
be
is this a
definitely
bad
not.
person? Like
Do
he
you
had
even
done bad
remember their
things?
name?
Well, of course, he owed me money. Of course, he's a bad person.
No, but like,
no.
had he done worse things?
I,
I don't know. I only met the guy like
things
twice.
that warrant the death penalty.
Why
Do you-
did you choose
do you-
boiling him over any other
I said if you didn't pay
execution?
me back, I'll boil you alive. And I'm a man of my word.
Ooh.
He is,
uh,
he is a man
Where'd
of
you
his
find a
word.
pot big enough to boil a human?
Oh, he was a small
Oh, that's
dude.
easy.
After you
Oh,
cut off his
so-
You're
legs, it's
asking-
over.
Oh,
We are asking the wrong questions right now, I feel like.
I might get in
I
contact
think
with you and
Dahlia
find the people that killed my
leaves
parents.
the table.
I
Dahlia,
thought
no,
we
I
were
need
all
you to be
getting
here because
along.
I need some voice of reason.
Nope. You can leave too.
God. Yeah, but we're supposed to figure this thing out together. Okay.
This is a great
Hey,
team
so I found.
already.
Oh wait, Dahlia, come back. I have information. I think that we should discuss. Maybe if you're
Okay.
not gone yet. Okay.
She scampers back. What?
Where's the rest of the crew? Is the rest of the crew eating near us?
Not our cool lunch table.
The
Yeah, are we at the
officers.
cool table? Yeah. The cool.
You have
Iron
to
Jaw
ask
would
if Dahlia
definitely
was
be
at the
there.
pool table.
You've got Iron Jaw there. You've got Dr. Thorne. Starfinder and Echo do not eat, and Nyx would be on her way, but taking her time.
Can I guess, do a perception check or an insight check to see if they're like paying attention to us?
Yeah, sure.
Both -1s, so it doesn't matter. It's a 6.
Can Ramiel notice what he is trying to do and also perceive for
Sure.
him, for the love of God?
I think you probably would
most
have picked it
unlucky
up at the
halfling.
trying to grab Dahlia's attention. Yeah. Wow. I mean,
He
on the
could care less.
surface, like at least you can tell that like they're Ironjaw and Thorn are having an active conversation. It's getting rather heated, but yeah, I mean, it's not like they're doing anything inherently listening in.
Okay, Booker will just kind of lean into the cool table and just go. So part of my chore today was to go down to the maintenance area, and I was told that there's a chance that there is a transmission that is continuously sending off the ship. I believe that's what I was told.
Yes.
To
Could be a
what end?
tracker.
I don't know. I was told that maybe we should talk to I think Nyx, or no, Echo. Sorry. That maybe she might know or have more information on that.
Okay, we can certainly do that. Um, is this a new? What do you like? You just discovered this while helping, or has this
When when the
been
power
going?
when the power went off in the ship, did like everyone experience that, or was that just Booker down there?
That was everyone.
Okay, it was when the power went off. Was when
When it came
when there
back
was
on, this was going.
yes, and I think it had already been going, I believe. So I don't know if that means that someone on the ship is continuously sending a signal, or if there's something in the ship that is continuing, like if something was left behind by maybe the people who put the bomb. Oh, do you think the bomb was a distraction to put something else on the
Or
ship?
most ships send out a beacon in case they get lost.
I don't think it. Well, it was something that was concerning, supposedly.
If someone wanted to bomb us and that plan failed, additional acts of sabotage, such as power blackouts and sending tracking signals, could definitely be next steps.
Should we
But
bring this
do
up
we have
with the cat?
mm, I don't
Should we bring this up
know.
with the captain or no? Yeah.
I mean, again, this whole trust no one thing is a nightmare. Obviously, the whole point of sowing distrust is this secret conversation that we're having to whisper in the first place. Um, I mean, okay, I guess if we get the captain on board, we would be we're sort of at the captain's mercy either way, except if the captain is a lone culprit, we could do a mutiny, while if the captain knows we're in on it, could make plans around us. So maybe for maybe for now we can just keep it between the whistleblowers.
Before we took off, she did go to speak with someone in the bazaar by herself.
Do we know who?
No, I did not follow.
Oh, um, I do either of you recognize this symbol? And can I take out the strange parchment off of the drunkard who accosted me in the bazaar?
Sure.
Can you remind me what that symbol looks like?
Yeah, all I've got noted is it's a funky parchment with a logo that I don't recognize. Dungeon Master, I don't know if you have any recollection or if there was any intentionality behind the logo that I don't recognize, but would either Booker or Ramiel or any of the other treasure hunters who are nearby? Or if it's just the three of us?
I would suppose of the three of you guys that are in there, Ramiel, you probably would have the best guess on it.
Mm.
As it kind of looks like a mangled form of one of the like Crimson Corsairs kind of logo. Almost like someone was trying to recreate it and yet change it slightly to not look so exact.
Mm. Hi, I'm going and grabbing my notes that you gave me in regards to that stuff. 1 second.
Would the two of you like to come to the pod? Guaranteed privacy, the ability to pull out items and rest them on surfaces.
Sounds good to me.
Lovely. Down the stairs from the mess, through the engineering bay, past weapons and artillery, we reach the starboard side escape pod, which is to say, Dahlia's place.
As you
I'm
guys
struggling with
are
maps.
all making it there, or on your way, I guess I should say,
Yes.
uh, the ship itself goes into a semi lockdown, essentially, where the paneling on the lights all begin to flicker off as a red flashing light begins pulsating throughout the ship.
Then
That's
I
not good.
definitely start hustling to the escape pod.
Booker hustles with Zalia.
Ramiel's
Those
strolling to the escape pod.
those of you who are still in the mess hall, you would see as Ironjaw and Thorn stand up very quickly, and Ironjaw leaves his plate of food, kind of looks at Thorn as he's making his way toward the door, and just gives him like a slight look, like, and lets him know something's going on in the at the bridge. Uh, Thorn kind of looks at him for a second and is like, "Eh, all right, I'll meet you there." and starts heading back toward the med bay. Nyx, who slipped in and is standing in the corner, um, leaves her food. It barely even looks like she really even touched it, and slips right back out into the. She was kind of like, where's my finger pointer? There it is. She was kind of standing over here, and you'll kind of see her just slip back through the door into the weapons and storage here, as she kind of makes her way around the long way, so as to not be crossing paths with not just you guys, but really with anyone. And she slips back up the stairs toward the bridge. Where are the boys? Are you guys okay over there?
Yeah, where
We're
are the
doing
boys?
okay.
What's going on with the
I think
boys?
Dondi said he had the BRB really quick because kitty cat chewed up.
Dang it, Wiki.
Dang it, Wiki.
What's up with Eliora?
What's up with Eliora? Full love.
Just trying to eat food.
Well, like as the emergency alarms go off, do you just leave the crew to handle it as well?
I should probably be pretty concerned, but considering it's the first night on ship, she'd probably be like, I don't know what to do.
Not very fair. Absolutely.
So she'd probably leave it to the previous like actual crew and not herself.
Absolutely.
Fair enough. All right. Up on the bridge, there is dang it, Wiki.
Dang it, Wiki.
Has she been throwing up a lot, or like just recently, like since we all tried to sit down?
I don't know that we have that much info.
Oi.
If
If
we
you
need more time before we go to the bridge, we could resume connecting dots in the escape pod. Or is there an emergency situation with the alarms going off that is going to stop us from doing that?
I mean, truthfully, that is between you guys. If the conversation to you all is more important, that's totally fine. I'm not going to tell you guys you have to stop.
I don't think, like, if I don't hear a voice over the radio that's like, all hands to the bridge, or like, we're being attacked, I also, much like Eliora, don't think it's my business to respond to this,
Fair.
and would much rather be in the privacy of my own home, which is also an escape pod.
Fair enough.
I think Booker does look out the window if there's a window on the way down there.
Yeah, we can cut through weapons and artillery to get an external viewport before we hit the escape pod.
Yeah. I mean, going in there, I mean, the escape pod itself has got its own little like port window. There doesn't seem to be anything going on outside of the ship. It looks just as calm and peaceful out there in the middle of the void as it ever does. It seems like whatever's the emergency is taking place somewhere up on the bridge. But to Dahlia's credit, there hasn't been any kind of notification or comms that you all are needed necessarily. Not yet.
Yeah, unless there doesn't seem to, unless there is something that seems actively in danger of us, or we're being called to come assist, I think Booker will just continue as well.
Okay. You may resume your conversation.
Yeah, Dahlia's an easy figure to follow. Lots of reasons. It makes
They're
sense.
What is
trustworthy and respectful.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Kind and trustworthy.
what
all
does
that stuff.
Dahlia's escape pod look like?
So, according to the measurements of the Eclipse, Dahlia's the external full-sized measurements of Dahlia's escape pod are 183 by 45 feet.
Holy
However, that is very big. And I think that far more reasonably, a small amount of that is livable space. So I looked at like RVs that have approximately 10 feet of livable space per foot of length on the vessel, and multiplied those restrictions by 10 because I figure life support, propulsion systems, everything required to live in space versus live on a road is going to be way more intense, and ended with like 180 square feet, which feels reasonable for the livable space refurbished of an escape pod. It's about the size of a motorhome or like a narrow studio apartment. And you don't see a ton yet. You see there are several curtains, blankets, rugs, like things that had been folded that could be like carried along and unfolded quickly, but there is not yet, with the exception of a bed, and like a desk with a chair, furniture. There are storage crates that have been pushed and moved out of the way. There are curtains hanging, separating the control mechanism of the escape pod from the like livable space, which is sort of framed around a bed and has a desk with a small like tech monitor arrayed next to it, and like a mount for the map droid that she has with her. Um, Other than that, just like a couple of rugs and carpets. Pretty basic so far, but it's with a clear intentionality of the best she can do with the materials on the ship and what she could bundle under her arms to bring with her.
The map droid, how big is it?
The map droid is about the size of like a large orange or a softball. Um, like a little bit larger than a fist. Maybe somewhere around the size of Booker's head. Um, but it also has anywhere between 1 and 3 prongs that can extend out the bottom of it. And one of them is also thick enough to be used as a handle, such that it can be like shaped like a wand, roughly 14 inches in length, that she could like hold and project things like an oversized lollipop or flashlight. But otherwise, it would be like a ball, probably on its pronged legs. It can't like independently move, but they can extend at different angles to project like a tripod's legs.
That's cool.
I think Booker will look around at all this. Is the map droid like doing things? Is it like making a map or something?
Yeah, right now you can see it is arrayed on the desk next to the monitor of the just like computer that is set up in there. Just basically just a screen that her data pad can connect to. Um, but it is just projecting a enlarged version of a small solar system, as a sort of like eye catch or screensaver uh, next to her desk.
I think when Booker steps in and looks at all this stuff, he'll look at you, Dahlia, and he'll go, "Are you rich?"
I used to be. Um, this is not that, though. Those are just. My droid is cost equivalent to what any of these other adventurers would have in a magic sword or gun or something. And besides that, I mostly get by on benefits from my dues that I pay to the Artisans Guild.
Is that why you got this special sleeping situation?
Yes, this is a benefit of the guild. See, the artisans are a widely recognized and reputable sort of group. So, if your vessel houses one, you sort of, can expect a bit of an easier time docking on a planet that you didn't have an appointment for. You might get like priority boarding as well as, a reputation within the guild and all of its connections that you are accommodating to them. So yeah,
So it's
part
kind
of
of like
my
a union.
exactly. It's a guild.
I
And it is very much has a lot of the benefits of a union.
gotcha. I forgot what we were talking about.
We were going to see if this strange symbol that a drunkard shoved in my face
Yes.
rings any bells with either of you.
Did he say something in particular to you?
Oh, you remember that conversation we had? Yeah, you remember it. It was we made a deal, and look at this. Oh no, I'm unconscious.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That also sounds like something that would happen. Um, well, the it it looks like a terrible rendition of the Crimson Corsairs. Um, they're they're raiders, if pirates, you know, people that steal.
Okay.
But
Do they have
they're a
any?
bit more on the ruthless side. Um,
Okay.
There's also a rumor that their leader has psionic gifts by quote unquote being touched by the void, but anyone could say anything nowadays.
I'm
Is
sorry, what was
the
the name of this group again?
Crimson Corsairs?
Okay.
That is correct.
Is the I'm going full paranoid here, knowing the vast extensive magics that exist in the galaxy and in the universe at large. Is there a chance that this psionic leader, like, erased my memory of a meeting, or does this seem just like a weird asshole tried to threaten me or something?
It could be both. I'm I'm just being honest on that.
No, it's
Uh,
valid.
I
I'm no, I mean, I'm
They're
going. I
100% true on that.
don't think it's likely, but if we're going 100% full paranoid, secret code words and whistles, we shouldn't rule out mind control either. Um, do either of you have any other like secret? Not don't expose your secrets, but any other mysteries that you think we could help solve? Any knowledge or requirements? Have either of you need of a map? I'm quite proficient in dealing with those.
um Do any of you guys know how to, I guess, track a virus of some kind in a microchip?
In a microchip, no. I thought you were going to say across perhaps a star system, in which case, yes, maps. But no. You've got a quirky microchip.
Yeah, and he'll dig into his pocket and pull it out. It's this little golden microchip. Um, I got attacked by a cleaning robot before I came here, and it didn't seem quite right. And this was kind of all that was really left behind by it. And I'm wondering why I might have been targeted.
Beside the debts that you owe?
I don't think it was that.
Damn.
Do I recognize the microchip or have any insight into this matter?
You would not. I would say you personally would not.
Squint disappointedly as I try to scrutinize it. Got
What about you,
nothing.
Cods? Do you know anything about this?
Cards. That's fun.
Does anything about me look like I could handle some things like that?
I don't know. I mean, you have
Because the
cards that
answer
can
is
tell
no.
the future. So,
But
who
that
knows what you know?
doesn't.
You're also capable of conjuring
Oh!
lightning.
Speaking of cards, and he'll
You
stick the microchip back in his pocket, and he'll pull out the card he got from Lyora, and be like, "Any of you know anything about this?"
What's this?
And it's a like a sort of business card, I think, that has the Ashen Flame symbol, but it's a hollow card and it's sort of disrupted.
Oh, the cult.
Damn.
Well, it's not a cult,
Oh,
but but
Okay.
but like it's the symbol of the Ashen Flame, but it's kind of
Mm-hmm.
fucked, you know.
you two both seem to understand a lot more about the Ashen Flame and in very different ways than I do. This isn't ringing very many bells to me. But
Damn.
what or I don't know, maybe it has. Have I ever crossed paths with the Ashen Flame?
Um, you've crossed paths with a lot of different kinds of people, but most likely not from them. They don't typically leave their area.
Yeah, I don't think I would have had a very diverse religious upbringing. I feel like
Yeah,
they were
there are
predominantly
very
believers in one sort of thing where I was from.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that they would have seen your people as being an abomination of any kind necessarily. There are some similarities in how they distribute things there, but at the same time, they probably would not have taken any kind to your people as well. So,
Sure.
for your people's sake, probably didn't venture that out there necessarily.
And so our reputation and knowledge of them would be they are a force that didn't consider us worth fucking with, and that's basically all we've cared to know about them.
Pretty much, yeah.
So you think they're a cult, and
No,
you
they are a
think that
cult. You can
They're
say
not
I
a cult.
think, but the answer is.
we'll see, and that's what I was gonna point at him and say, and you don't.
No, it's a religious movement. Any religious movement you could knock off as a cult,
Hmm.
but
I
no,
would
they're not
say
a cult.
so. I would
And
say
what is it exactly that their ideology is? Just humor me on that.
You know, the destruction of evil. That's not a bad thing to
Hmm.
believe in.
Mm. Hmm. And what is it that they consider evil?
oh,
Consider me.
No, what do they consider evil?
I mean, you know, what we all would consider evil. You know, bad people that do bad
Bad
things.
people, yeah. What?
Wait, like the
Wait.
destruction of bad people.
Well, like
Like,
justice, you know.
Everyone can be pure in the light. It, it's not subjective.
As I
It's not
said,
objective.
it
I'll
is
give
a
you
cult.
that.
how?
And this one
Okay.
seems to be brainwashed by him.
I'm not
Brainwashed. That's a
brainwashed.
little harsh.
No, of course not.
Ramiel,
You just
let's.
will. Mhm.
What is your experience with this organization, or what is your knowledge of them for you to pitch at me?
Well, Aaron, not the best fan of having them around at the bazaar. From my understanding, their ideology is purification through war,
Mm,
which means if you stand in their way, they'll burn you to the ground.
okay. Right. Okay. I think I'm starting to see a fuller picture between your two perspectives. Thank
You ask
you.
anyone outside of the Ashton Flame, they will tell you it is a cult.
That that that
The
sounds.
narrow-minded perspective, but sure.
I have a complicated relationship with cults, so I will take both of your perspectives as far as I can. But I don't recognize this distorted symbol. Is there any coincidence between the fact that this is a sort of distorted Crimson Corsair and a distorted Ashen Flame? Ramiel, have you also come across any distorted iconography shortly before our united departure?
No.
It's
I
just
am
you and me,
purely here
Knuckles.
to.
No, that's not right. That's taken. Both of other
Wait, I'm
nicknames.
sorry, what was taken?
Sorry, you were cards earlier, and I'm trying to do like a nickname thing, but I don't think Knuckles. That's taken.
I mean, I'll
You can
take
call him
Scruffy.
Half Pint.
Don't call me that.
No,
No.
Oh,
You want to
oh,
pick
that's it.
something by which they choose to define themselves. What do you take pride in about yourself, Booker?
Oh, not particularly a lot recently, but um, I was gonna say I'm a pretty good, you know, I have a pretty good right hook, but you all saw me get my ass handed to me earlier, so
I
not
did not.
exactly.
Hold on.
The
I
outcome
missed
of
out
a
on that?
single the outcome of a single fight hardly denotes proficiency. I saw a lot in your stance. Your where did you learn how to box?
Uh, well, I grew up in Ashkar, uh, with the monks of the uh, Ashian Flame. So
Oh, you you were raised in like a warrior monastery?
Raising the
yeah,
cult.
nope, no, and
Fascinating.
if it was such a cult, then why did I leave? You know, I left without any sort of problem. No one seemed to care.
Oh, is that what you think? Because your card says otherwise.
What does my card
Okay,
say?
you know what
And
this
you see
card means.
Booker like start to panic.
I already told you could not afford anything more.
Dahlia, do you have enough money for a card reading?
That depends. How much is a card reading?
He's looking at your inventory. 100 credits.
What if
Uh.
what if we did something, or I guess it would be me. What if I did something
Were
else
you
in
about to
return?
include me in your barter?
I was, and I realized that I shouldn't. My bad.
How many credits? Is there a way for me to check how many credits are on the funky green credit chip that I stole alongside the funky parchment?
I mean, you can theorize based off of different credits that you've would have heard about or seen them
Wait, but
seen
there's
but
not
never
just like
had.
I can't press like a button on it for it to be projected in like standard
There's
currency
no
numbers.
target price check.
I mean,
I'm gonna open the mobile app, check the bank account.
yeah, right. I mean, essentially, yes, technically, this particular green chip is probably worth about 1,000 credits.
Oh, me oh my.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Now hold on. Does
Yeah,
does Dahlia
100
have a
credits.
physical reaction from this?
I
Dahlia would
think
have already known,
Dahlia
right?
will give a performance check to keep a straight face. Go ahead and roll insight against it.
Gladly. I'm gonna use my inspiration for this too.
That's fun. If you're gonna use your inspiration, then
Oh, you're gonna
I'll
do it
use
too.
mine.
Yeah. Oof. 21.
Okay. Sorry?
I got a 21.
You succeed. Yeah, she reacts in shock to her fortune expanding by several times as she converts the currency.
I'm sorry, I said 100. I misspoke. It's
No.
more of in this situation
No.
with you wanting me
You
to
told me 100.
interfere with my prices go up every day. Every
Yeah.
second, truly. It will be 350 credits.
Ramiel,
Mm.
you're in my home while alarm sirens flare outside.
That's
And the
crazy.
only other person in this room is the person who wants the reading and who is part of what you consider a militant cult. And you are trying to charge an extra 250 credits for this service. I just want to
I
be
would
clear
say
on that.
it's
That's what you're doing? You're that brazen of a person?
350 credits.
It's an answered. Mm, I'll give you 100, and we'll have something to do while we sit in lockdown.
300.
Yeah, should we go up there?
So, if what they're doing requires them to run around the bridge and issue commands to one another, then us being there will only trip them up. If they need us, there will be some bigger alarm that we warned about during the initiation, or a new call will go over the radio that will say, treasure hunters, or everyone in Dahlia's cabin, or whatever, come and fight. There's aliens.
Kind of just as you're deliberating that, there is a call over the intercom.
Come and fight. There's aliens.
Not aliens, but there is a sense of urgency under Zara's command as she asks you all to join them on the bridge, as there seems to be some kind of an issue that is internal, and she would like to address you all in person.
Do either of you have weapons?
Booker just holds up his fists.
Ramiel holds up his cards.
All right, fair enough.
I think we're well armed.
Mm-hmm. Let's
Oh,
be off
we
then.
for sure.
Dahlia will take a break action pistol similar to the one given to her Owlin friend, and just tuck it into her belt with the big aquamarine buckle as they depart.
The bridge.
To the bridge.
To the bridge.
Joining everyone up in the bridge, you see Echo they're all in the comms room. The only one still at the bridge is Starfinder, as she is keeping the ship at the best of her command. On trajectory, hopefully. In the comms room, you see Echo is going through 100 different screens here, as Zara is standing with her hands on the table, looking more and more impatient as each second kind of goes by. And you kind of see her look over at Echo like, well, what is it? Ironjaw stands there at the door with his arms crossed, ready for anything. As Echo finally comes through, doesn't make eye contact necessarily with anyone, still eyes glued to all of the different screens. Not that you guys can really see her eyes, they're kind of just like black voids. You can kind of see like the glowing screens like reflected off of the orbs. She addresses
Dahlia starts to inhale to instinctively say, like, make a comment about being mean in space, but recognizes that it's the captain and does not speak, and just slowly lowers back down her index finger, which she was about to, like, wag, but then just stays silent and tucks her tails behind her.
Go on,
Okay.
Dahlia. You wanted to say something?
She swats you with one of her tails.
Echo goes through, and her fingers are flying through all of the different screens, going through each and every single thing, and then back and forth between typing away on a keyboard a bunch of code up on a main screen. You didn't really miss much. Welcome back. They had a small conversation going on down in Dahlia's pod as they discussed a few of their findings. The ship is still in lockdown. However, Captain Zara has addressed the ship, needing everyone on the bridge to discuss what is going on, to hopefully have an answer for everyone. We are, I mean, technically everyone's in the comms room. That is where Echo, Ironjaw, and Zara are. Starfinder's still on the bridge at the helm. Echo is going through all of these different things and screens and typing away, trying to encrypt this signal that she's received before she lets everyone know this is a ghost signal. It's not very common that something like this ever happens, but it's also not the first, not the first time that I've ever seen one. The thing that is the most bizarre, it's not too odd necessarily that this happens to be the same code that triggered the Bazaar's bomb alert. Should anyone catch that, she was actively tracking the. Damn. She was actually actively tracking where that transmission could have possibly have been sent when the masked veil had arrived to do the search. Because it's not common for masked veil to interact with anyone unless they have to or are told to. But she wasn't able to crack 100% where it was because of like just given the time really is what it was. Whoever had placed it knew what they were doing essentially. It's when she finally stopped moving that everyone in the room, you guys can feel, kind of holds their breath. She finally moves a few of the screens out of the way to make eye contact with everyone in the room as she says, "The pinging is inside the ship." Captain Zara, yep.
As in the frequencies being broadcast from within the ship?
It appears so. Or if it's
But wait,
such,
how is it a ghost signal if it's from us?
well, that's just it. I'm not quite able to pinpoint exactly where it is. All I can tell you, or where it had originated, but I can tell you where it is now. And at the current moment, it's here. It's amongst us.
Oh,
Yep. Can we pinpoint where exactly it is here amongst us?
Well, it would take a whole lot of work, but it is possible. She starts going through a few screens again, scrolling. When Zara turns to all of you, I want everything on this ship to be swept up top to bottom. I want everything turned. I want everything searched thoroughly. If there is anything going on within this ship that I don't know about, I want to know about. Ironjaw at the door is kind of like monitoring you all at this, trying to see if there's anything specific that you guys are doing or reacting to at this time.
I think Dahlia is just trying to process all of this information. Is like thinking over plans, processing orders, trying to figure out what the implications of this are is. So there's just a lot of like thinking and like looking down and internally.
I think Booker goes, is there any sort of, I'm not a tech guy, but is this some sort of like scanner thing that can trace the signal? Like if we get close to it, it starts beeping really loud or something like that? Like a hot cold
Not
situation.
exactly. However, through means of, although I don't exactly believe that tossing everything as the captain has directed is the best move, I would suggest looking as closely into it as you can. We'll be analyzing frequencies up here, trying to locate the origin of this interface, the interface and the interference that's happening. But as far as where, I haven't quite located If any of you are able to help, that'd be appreciated. The captain kind of rolls her eyes and doesn't like being undermined, but she doesn't. Excuse me. She doesn't correct Echo at all. She kind of I don't know, Ramiel, is it?
I don't know, man. I hate to. I don't want to be stupid. I don't like being stupid. And this is just me above board. I just don't like being stupid.
I'm not gonna tell you.
Do we know what we're looking for? Like, is it a machine, like a small device, or
It would be some kind of
we have no
anomaly
idea?
aboard the ship. In terms of what, it could be anything. In that sense, technically the captain is correct. A thorough search is needed.
I thought
Is
y'all
there
searched
a
all of our stuff already.
Your stuff, yeah. That was not by us. That was by the vast veil. For all we know, they could have been the ones who placed the signal here to begin with.
where was the? I guess I would ask in game. Where was the bomb placed again?
Well, we don't know exactly who placed it. But
Sorry,
the
where
Veil
was?
has supposedly found it in the maintenance hub. I have spoken to Gizmo since, and oddly enough, or unfortunately for some people, it was not him that brought it, which is both concerning, as she kind of like goes through every single one of your faces as she says that, and yet also somewhat a good thing. I should suppose if any of you have any information now that you would like to let me know, that'd be great.
I've got nothing.
Are you implying that you're worried that one of us brought this signal on board?
Amongst other things. But for now, yes. But I am offering you a chance to prove that I can trust you as my crew.
Well, we should be on our way then to kind of to look for this signal.
Yes. Do you have any specific instructions as to who should go where, or if we should be in pairs or groups or all together? Any orders, Captain?
Well, I would like someone to stay here with Echo. She's going to need somebody who can at least semi assist in her search for the origin. I'm not so
I
sure.
recommend that not be me.
I'm not so sure which one of you would be able to.
Anyone have any sort of communications or signals or technology skills?
Looks at the robot.
Yeah, looks to Nitrix.
I guess not. Um, I
I
guess
think
any of us
Aaron
could.
said he can try in the chat.
And then we'll need somebody down in engineering with Gizmo.
I can do that.
Very well.
Ooh, Tinker, lovely.
Someone should assist Thorn as he goes through everything in his med bay. It will be a lot.
I suppose I
Eliora?
could do that.
Does Starfinder need any help?
It's a current moment. No, she is charting. Well, and then just as she's like trying to tell everyone it's fine, Starfinder can just be heard yelling from the bridge. Captain, I don't know if this is right. This is not something I've ever seen before.
Ellie, I think you should maybe help.
I will I'll raise my eyebrows at the captain and kind of like take a half step at her, waiting for like permission or dismissal.
Very well. You may
I
assist.
scamper off.
I'm fighting for my
As
life.
I'm scampering. What? Oh. While she's scampering away, she draws her map droid into her hand with one of the legs extended and just an idle buzz and hum projecting as she approaches and starts to synchronize with the other maps in the area. What's going on?
There appears to be an anomaly, but it's not on course for where we're going. Anomalies are common, obviously, around in space, but this one in particular seems to have some kind of hold on. Oh, on us?
Could it be tracking the frequency we're emitting?
I suppose it's possible. I mean, whatever Echo says sounds pretty serious, but mm, I don't know. The wavelengths that I'm feeling here are not exactly tethered, but I wouldn't call it inorganic. I don't know. It's really hard to explain. Sometimes Gizmo says I
Like,
say a lot of things, but
sorry, do you mean like a big space organism, or like what do you mean not inorganic? Or
what?
what?
It's hard to describe. I mean, it feels like it might be alive, but if you really think about it, everything in the Ethereum is alive. I mean, everything has to have some kind of a pulse, even if it was created by man.
And it's coming toward us.
Um, well, yeah.
What's the intercept rate?
Well, we're looking at, judging by where we are, how fast we're moving. I'd say we've got about 20 minutes.
20 minutes until impact with this unknown, potentially living inorganic something or other. Do you have an
Yeah.
idea as to its size?
Well, I've been trying to chart that while we're moving, and at the rate we're going, it's really hard to tell, but if my
I
math
can
is
try to help.
right, this is this is huge. We're talking like big black hole, but that I don't think it's a black hole.
What?
Black holes necessarily aren't real, or well, they're not living. So I'm not really worried about it being one of those, but I mean the possibility is always there because I don't actually have all the facts here, so I can't exactly put all the stats in the correct boxes if I don't actually know
Sorry.
what it
Are
is.
you talking about reading an aura like a black hole, or are you talking about crunching the numbers to find a gravitational well so powerful that it crushes time coming up behind us?
A little bit of both.
Captain, we might need to accelerate.
See, I thought about that too. I ran the math on that. I think if we did accelerate, we'd have actually a really good chance. However, if it isn't a black hole and it is actually something that is organic and or materialized, we would die on impact.
Can't we turn?
Yes. And I've plotted the trajectory on that, and we have approximately just enough time to actually maneuver this thing. However, that would require us to slow our speed, and I
I
don't
think
know
like
if
the
that's
whole
a good
time
idea.
we're speaking, each of us is just like tossing up schematics and
Yeah.
numbers and like all of the star maps are like rearranging into different lights that are showing formulas and like graphs and calculations and things.
Oh yeah. Starfinder is one of the like I said, she's a very her organization is disorganization. So she's got stuff absolutely everywhere. And it drives everyone else on the ship absolutely nuts.
So, what's the plan?
Well, as for now, the plan is to evade if possible, because the closer we get, the more likely we'll be able to figure out exactly what it is. But I don't think we should probably take that chance. I don't think that's a good play. I've been trying to get the captain's opinion on this, but she doesn't exactly have the time. She's more worried about intergalactic possible war.
We
Anyways,
could
all we
avoid
have to
black
do,
hole.
yes, that's way more important.
So, what do we have to do?
She starts bringing up a bunch of different maps that she has gathered, charted necessarily in like this unit sector of the galaxy. And as she starts showing you through, like basically pointing out everything that she's charted within this space, and now yes, there have been various creature creatures amongst other ships, amongst and they're all not in order, but they are all dated on different appearances of whether or not they've been here, based on when they've been there. And she begins trying to explain to you that this particular size is one that is not anything they've encountered before. Um, and as she'll kind of like lead into about where you guys are headed, um before before I get into that, we'll jump back to everybody else. um Having you all disperse, the only thing left for the captain to assign is we need somebody to work with Iron Jaw to keep the ship's integrity um at any means cost. um Nyx is already in the weapons pod, readying anything and everything that she's got, just in case. Purely, mostly based off of whatever it is Starfinder has been spewing to Dahlia for the last like 10 minutes. Because if it is something that they can blast through, that's what she's hoping for. So who would like to stay on the bridge, and who would like to go with Iron Jaw to make rounds?
I'll go with Iron Draw.
All right.
Let's stay on the bridge.
You would. Okay.
Don't bully me.
One second. I'm writing notes. Okay. I guess we will start with Aaron and with Echo. Aaron, would you like to roll me an intelligence or arcana check?
Ten's not the end of the world.
I don't know why I wrote that. That was stupid. Okay, I got carried away. Um, Echo begins trying to describe to you exactly the frequency that she's trying to find. And as she's listing off a bunch of different sights and sounds, and different code is flashing before you on various screens, you're essentially like following the same code uh, through different files, which is ironic because in real life, Donnie would probably actually be very good at this. The dice say otherwise for Aaron. However, following it, I mean, there's like a max of like 3 to 5 characters that you do have memorized probably at this point. And as you're kind of just following that, it's not 100%. You're not moving basically at the efficiency that she would like you to be moving. But you are managing to string along at least enough, carrying out. It's just going to take some time at this point. Um, He's typing, he's typing. And Aaron is doing his best. Exactly. Okay, then we'll jump over real quick to Booker. You're down there with Gizmo. The the mechanical doors on the maintenance hub open up, and you see Gizmo is down there, and it looks like Gizmo he's running around crazier than normal. This is him. He's actively fidgeting, and kind of like shaking, almost like a tremble as he kind of moves. And he's muttering to himself, constantly in that same weird,
Hey.
like binary code that he had cursed under earlier that you didn't understand.
Hey, buddy. It's me again. I'm just trying to wave his attention.
Like jumps off the ground for a moment as you startle him coming in. Not that the doors were much louder than how you just addressed him.
Yeah.
Just,
Everything okay in here?
oh no, I believe that what we
I
found
figured.
earlier is probably not good. Hmm. He kind of like picks something up off the table, walks to one end of the hub, and then doesn't put it down and proceeds to walk all the way back and put it exactly where he picked it up.
Well, the captain has asked me to come down here and maybe poke around. Do you mind if I do that?
Oh, yeah, as long as you don't touch anything too much. Haven't quite figured out what the old spark's doing, and wouldn't want anything like that happening again, you know?
Is there anywhere that I shouldn't poke specifically?
He kind of like slow blinks at you for a second and like shuffles his mustache around. Hmm? You should be fine. Actually, can you
Booker's gonna
pick that up?
put his goggles on.
He points over to like a kind of like a rivet gun, and he just, I think I could use your help over here real quick.
Oh, I'm supposed to be sure. And I'll pick up the rivet gun.
He has you go over, and there are like 3 panels of steel that are all kind of separated on the workbench there. And he goes, I just need you to punch a few rivets here, here, and here. And he'll kind of line them out for you with a piece of chalk. And he scurries away for a moment and um, kind of does like a little double take, except for it's not usual. Like, usually people do like left to right, like checking around. But he does a little left to right, but then he looks up and then he looks down. And then he makes his way into this back room for a moment. The
Can
door
I look
slides
up and down as
open.
well?
Yeah, sure. Looking up.
Do I see
there-
anything? Yeah.
No, there's a lot of like hanging machinery and stuff like that, but nothing that would be anything like someone hiding up there or anything like that.
Gotcha.
Very bizarre. Looking down, it's the floor of the ship.
Right.
There's no mysterious hatches or anything like that. But as the doors slide open back there, it's very dimly lit. There's only a single light. And through that single light, you can kind of make out the shadow of something rather large. But the shape of it is tall, rectangular, and it looks like it's got like almost like arms on it, I guess. They do have like hinges where elbows would be, but you can't really make
Is it
out what it is. You
okay?
could roll to
Is it
see if you
moving at
knew.
all?
No, it's fully
Okay.
stationary. There's like a few chains hanging from it from the top, but
I'll try to roll. To roll like a investigation, or what would you like?
if you can just roll a perception if you want to try to just use
Okay.
use the old peepers.
A 6.
I mean, the good news is that yeah, it does not look living, so at least there's that.
Mm. I think before Booker does like use the rivet gun, he'll go, what does this do that I'm doing right now?"
Oh, those are some scrap parts that I'm going to be using for later.
And me putting the rivets in it does what exactly?
Oh, it's just going to hold them all together for, well, at least temporarily until I can find out something else I want to use, maybe. But at least if we use these rivets here, it'll give it a little breathing room. Room for modulation.
What's that? And then I'm gonna point to the thing back there.
He walks back through the threshold with an armful of junk, and the doors slide closed, and he turns around and looks at the closed doors. What?
The thing, the thing with the arms back there.
That's a door, silly. That doesn't have any arms. Well,
No,
sometimes
through
when
the
you
door.
get caught in it, and then it feels like somebody grabbed you, but no, I don't think it has arms.
I watched you walk through the door, sir.
Well, then you know that it doesn't have arms. He kind of just walks over nonchalantly and just drops all the scrap onto the table.
Booker's gonna do the rivets. And be like, uh, that bomb that was found in here. Do you know where exactly that was placed?
Oh, yeah. They shoved it in the cargo bay over there. He'll kind of point over at the cargo bay over here. We have a small little compartment in there, and I guess he found it in there, but I don't know. You see him rub his chin for a second. I don't know how it would have got in there. I'm usually the only one that comes down here, so that's a little curious.
Um, can Booker
You
investigate that? Oh,
you didn't have anything to do with it, did you?
no, no, sir. I am not acquaintance with bombs or that kind of weaponry.
I like you, kid. Wouldn't want anything to happen to you. Damn. Can't keep just throwing that out there.
It's not ominous at all. And then I'm gonna go investigate the area where the bomb was left.
Okay. Going into the little cargo bay over there, you can roll me an investigation check.
Oh my god.
It's a little dark, little dingy, not a whole lot to really look at. There's a few empty crates as well as quite a few filled crates. Um, Boxes kind of, for the most part, half organized along the walls there, a few on shelving racks. You kind of, you won't really notice him at first, but he's kind of just a few steps behind you, just kind of watching from behind you. Kind of
Mm.
not necessarily watching you, but looking into the cargo bay as well, just to do a quick glance to see if there's anything out of ordinary. Um, but then he kind of shrugs it off and then goes back to his scrap, um, and that's when he kind of gets a signal on his comms bracelet. He calls you over and asks you if you can help him with something, as it's beginning to, something down here is not functioning properly. A few like bells and whistles start going off. It's a minor alarm, but it is an alarm nonetheless that is mostly piqued his interest.
Um, while helping him again, um, if I can, as subtly as possible, can I try to look at that door and see if there's like a lock on it or like a keyhole or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, you can roll to investigate the door real quick. You know, the -2 is brutal enough. What's going
It's
on with these rolls?
it's so bad. I don't know what I did, man. I did something. I must
This is crazy.
have. Dude.
I mean,
It's
just
just to
looking
help
at it,
him become so paranoid.
yeah,
Like
it
3
really
episodes
has.
in.
I mean, Booker's going through it now. He's already been accused of being in a cult and like yeah, all this other stuff's going on.
He's just trying to
Stuff's
be a
going.
nice guy.
He just doesn't understand anything that's going on. It's just it's a lot. It's a lot for
He
anyone to
barely
take in.
he barely knows that that's a door at this point. He barely knows if he actually saw anything through that door, to be honest.
Um, Eliora, if you want to roll a quick investigation check through the med bay, um, we can do that real quick.
Okay. How do I do it again?
On your character sheet, you should be able to see on the mid to left hand side a list of skills, and where it says investigation, you'll just click the little number there, the plus or minus number.
Uh, a 17.
Wow. Okay. On a 17, rolling flat, no modifier. The med bay, you would notice right away that there's definitely something off in here. Going through with Dr. Thorne as he kind of reads off his kind of manifest of all of his items, You're helping him decipher each and every one of them and make sure they're all accounted for. Um, you make it toward the end of the list, and everything is, in fact, there. But that does not help you in terms of whatever this eerie feeling is, like you're being watched. Uh, what do you do?
Hmm. Like I'm being watched. Hmm. Probably would be
I
like,
mean, it can be as small as simply just telling someone, or even as big as investigating it yourself to try to find out where it is or what it is.
uh, yeah, I'll try and do that then. Can I do that?
Yeah, sure. Um, you can do a. I mean, the main thing or the quickest thing would just be to make a perception check to see if you can't see anything inherently right away that would be out of sorts in terms of peering eyes, maybe, or any kind of hidden
Okay.
cameras.
13 plus 4, so 17 again.
On a 17, uh, you're gonna see eyes peering from one of the medical pods.
Okay, is that like um a a room thing in the med bay?
So in the med bay, there are three medical pods that are meant for organic life to go inside to replenish health. Uh, the center one is the one as you're kind of going through the room here that is giving you that ick feeling.
Okay.
And moving over to it, there appears to be you kind of like peer inside and there's no there it's empty, as you have just previously seen everyone aboard the ship all in the same spot, so it wouldn't make any sense for anyone to necessarily be in this. And peering in, there isn't anyone in it. But there is like a brief moment where you almost feel like you see a reflection of someone and then it passes.
Like a ghost?
Maybe. Kind of like that.
Hmm. Could I ask Thorn or something if that pod has been used recently as like for any reason?
Uh, we haven't used really any of these recently. Anyways, the last crew that was aboard the ship, they didn't exactly make it to the med bay.
Interesting. Have you ever had the feeling in this pod that you're being watched?
I mean, I got a lot of things in here that might do that to someone, but not necessarily from any of this stuff necessarily. you see him kind of like reach for something before he goes back and grab up some paper and a pen, um, and jot a few things down and begins recording them into his computer, um, before he kind of sends a signal up to the bridge. And he'll ask you if you can assist on the bridge, as it appears that the captain is in need of more hands up there.
Okay. Do I, before I go, what the thing that he grabs, is it something that I would know what it is and like the purpose of it?
He grabbed it kind of fast. If you want to roll a quick perception to see if you couldn't catch it, yeah, you can do that.
8.
Not quite, but I mean, I will give you at least like the size of it. It's about it's about palm sized. I mean, it's not very big, but the most notable part about it is that it was in fact something glowing, like a bright yellow. Um, but it doesn't seem to have like any reaction to him picking it up or toward you being in any distance to it. It doesn't exactly look like it would be shaped to do anything necessarily. I guess the best way to describe the shape is rock. It's a very yeah, I mean it's not symmetrical. There's nothing, it's not carved, it's not anything necessarily particular
Okay.
in its shapeage, but yeah, I mean it's got bumps, it's got lumps, it's got edges. Um but the glowing aspect of it would be the what mostly catches your eye on. But deciphering exactly what it is or what it does, it is lost on you.
Okay.
So we'll have you go to the bridge, and from there, your presence won't be super needed, as there are still quite a few of them up, a few of you guys up there. So, um, if you would like to leave here in the next few minutes, you would be okay to do so.
Thank you. I had fun.
Heck yeah.
Bye,
Bye.
friends.
Goodbye. Good night. Hope you feel better.
Bye. Thank you.
Dang. She left before you could get the message out. All right. Well, that is good news. At least we got something going. We're figuring it out. All right.
What else is happening elsewhere?
So as Gizmo is down there directing Booker to help him readjust a few of the conduits that were placed, there is a one that is a particular kind of points you and gestures in a position that makes no sense to you before he just says gravitation. And that is the only word that really makes sense that comes out of his mouth to you. And that's when you realize probably should hold on to this sooner than later, because we don't need to be upside down. That'd be very, very bad. It kind of, he just gestures like, well, don't let go of that. I'll be right back. He leaves
Okay.
the maintenance hub real quick, and he's gone for what feels like an eternity, with you just basically clutching this piece of machinery here. Hmm. What would be a fun check for this?
Oh God.
I suppose we could do either
Charisma, right?
uh
For sure.
uh I don't think sweet talking it is gonna work. But we could either
It's-
do like a strength or dex here.
Oh, it's definitely gotta be Dex. Just like a straight Dex check.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless you have something more creative to do. Keep this thing
16.
from moving. All right. On a 16, you're doing a great job. You hold on to it long enough for Gizmo to return with a replacement piece. He kind he kind of looks at you and just like chuckles to himself and begins repairing it and replacing the piece to the gravitational assistance here on board. And it doesn't take too long, but you kind of let go, and your arms are absolutely just cramping now at this point. Um, he kind of gives you like a small thumbs up and goes, "Are you gonna be okay? You look a little funny."
Yeah, I'll just stretch it out, but I'll be all right.
Yeah, I think that'll be just fine. Well, I think everything is okay down here. Did you need anything else?
Just uh yes, but I have a feeling that I'm not gonna get it here. So thank you for letting me poke around. Um, and let me know if you see anything that the captain should be alerted of that has to do with that signal that we found. If you
You
can.
got it. I feel like as you're trying to like slowly back out of the room while you're giving this, he kind of like over his shoulder. Well, if you have another second, he's gonna ask you to do something else.
Fucker will sprint down the hallway, trying to get back to everybody. He just hears tiny little legs like thumping down the hall.
All right. We'll move to up on the bridge. The captain is trying to calm down Starfinder as she's just going in on Dahlia on all of these magnitude of possibilities that are that could or could not be of what this anomaly is. Um, Remio, would you like
Yes,
to
sir.
assist the captain? Because she's gonna look at you and just be like, "What would you say to somebody that doesn't really see the bigger picture that we're dealing with right now?" I've been told that I don't have exactly the right temperament for these situations, and I feel like, and she'll kind of look back into the room, the comms room where Echo and Aaron are. Some of us are not really focused on figuring out the important stuff.
Sorry, I'm trying to think of a response here. Um,
Come on now, you're the witty one.
so our biggest concern, I'm just clarifying, um, is this signal that's coming off the ship, yes? Or coming from in the ship?
Yes, and as I've been alerted, uh, Aaron, you're kind of following the signal as you kind of hear Echo relay through the bracelet to from Echo to the captain. Um, that it appears that whatever is on the ship is taking over the ship, kind of prompting you to move a little bit quicker in your search here. Would you like to do a re-roll on your intelligence here or Arcana? Because there is a bit of well, otherworldly happenings here.
Is it Dondi? Oh,
Nope,
buddy.
we're gonna keep moving at 3 numbers at a
Wow.
time.
Homie, you didn't even let me get out the words. Here, let me guidance you by threatening you. But I don't even think a guidance could help you out here, bucko.
Again, super ironic. Gandhi in real life is
Okay.
actually pretty decent at coding.
What is
Of
that
all of us,
Aaron
he
is
probably knows the
doing?
most. He is helping Echo in the comms room narrow down where the signal is coming from inside the ship.
Okay. Rami, I was just gonna take a scroll over scroll. We're gonna stroll over there. And I would like to also attempt to help in this situation. Um, but I don't want to provide the help action to Aaron. I would like to roll for myself here. What was to help intersect and like figure out where exactly the signal is coming from.
Okay, because your base of operations from the captain was to have Starfinder less navigate through or around whatever this anomaly is, and more help us pinpoint a different direction entirely so that we can at least decipher what's going on the ship.
Oh, I don't know if Ramiel would have any insight towards that, really.
There's nothing that you would say to Starfinder at this time.
Seemed like it.
I'm honestly trying to think of something. Um, Dondi, roll better. Um, so am I just like trying to like pin like I'm sorry, like is my whole thing I'm supposed to like just have her choose the direction?
It's more like just try to rally everyone into focusing in on what we're trying to accomplish right now, which is finding the signal rather than what's ahead that we still have time to avoid.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was getting it confused. I thought it was the other way around, that that thing was more important than us picking up the signal. Okay. Uh, S- Starfinder. Yes, that's your name.
She's still going in it with Dahlia about all of the possibilities.
Okay. He'll
Starfinder.
go in and he is
Uh,
just going to like full on grab both shoulders.
Oh, yes, hello.
Hello. I need you to stop for one moment. Take a breath. That has time. We can handle that in a second. We have something else to focus on that is a little bit more important.
Sorry, in 20 minutes, we're going to be sucked into a black hole.
Well, we don't know if it's a
That
black hole yet.
really- Okay. In 20 minutes, we might be sucked into a black hole. Are we sure that this rogue signal, which has potentially been on us the whole time we've departed the bazaar, is, in fact, the urgent thing that needs addressing?
I would say so.
Okay. What do I do? How do I help?
Um, well, we could look around more in depth on people or objects, or one of us can go help in the comms. But you need to calm down. He's looking at Starfinder.
Roll me a persuasion check.
I'll help.
Persuasion.
With advantage.
Ah, man.
You see Starfinder take a breath as directed and kind of adjust herself. No, you're right. We should probably at least try to look for where the signal's coming from. I mean, worst case scenario, gestures over to Dahlia, we get sucked up in a black hole. But at least,
That is not going to happen. Breathe.
well, we
focus
don't
on
actually know that
this.
for sure. There's a lot of situations here that we don't actually 100% know yet, but
It's not going to happen.
you don't actually know that, though.
We'll
At
crunch
least
the
not-
numbers after we've dealt with this thing. Okay?
Fair enough. That I can agree to.
Excellent.
He lets go. And he walks out of the room. He does want to try to intercept Booker before Booker comes back to the bridge, though, if possible.
Okay. You probably would have time to do that.
Yeah. I have my sneaking suspicions of things, but maybe that's just too easy.
He was down there for a while, so definitely could catch him.
Yeah, so when Ramio catches Booker, he'll kind of like grab the shirt and kind of pull him from moving anymore. Can I see that ship thing that you had?
Oh, sure. And he'll pull it out.
Hi God. How can I investigate this thing any further to figure out exactly what this is?
I'm sorry, one more time, what are we investigating?
The little microchip thingy that Booker has.
You can roll an intelligence check. See if you,
Fine.
or even Arcana if you think that it's encrypted using some kind of magic.
I'll hit an Arcana. I've got pretty good Arcana. I'm also gonna throw a guidance on there too.
Oh shit.
Hold on. Please be nice to me. Yes.
Wow.
29.
Okay.
Wow.
Damn.
On a 29. It is a data chip that is, maybe it's the dealings of
I'm sorry, Dante.
yeah, that's crazy work, to be honest. Donnie's over there fucking putting his whole Badissi into that computer frame and just getting absolutely reamed by this code. I guess ever changing in front of him that he can't quite seem to pinpoint.
I'm sorry.
Meanwhile, Ramiel just looks down like, "Oh yeah, I know exactly what that is." Maybe it's due in part to the fact that seeing old and out of date data chips is not something that is uncommon on the bazaar. Everyone uses a different form of communication, and if you can't afford newer equipment, you're using old equipment. Um, and in the way of it's essentially their kind of way using outdated tech like that is their sort of way of almost like using a burner phone, right? Like an old answering machine that no one owns anymore. Um, so that's very possible that there's, or very probable that there is information that is stored on this that, in your professional opinion, no one would want to be known. Uh, However, your probably first indication is, where would anyone be able to put this? Like, no one, how would you even find a machine that could use something like this, could have this be inserted? Because just a general overlook of the comms room, there is, Echo doesn't necessarily have places for encrypted data chips necessarily, or old and outdated ones anyways. I mean, the ship is old, but this thing is like ancient.
Gotcha. But there's not the possibility that this is any kind of tracker, which was my main concern.
One more time.
This is no way a tracker of any kind, right? Because that was my main concern.
No, just
Okay.
old and probably has old or some kind of encrypted data on it, but no, not a tracking device of any kind. And by the look of how old it is, definitely not something old enough to have that kind of a thing be even installed.
Gotcha. Dang. Well, that was my guess. Yeah. No, Ramio would just kind of like cringe at the sight of it and then hand it back to Booker
Did you find
before
something?
it's old.
It seemed really urgent that you look at it, so
Clearing the suspicion, that's all.
have you all found out anything else yet?
No. Did
Well,
you get it?
maintenance seems clear, except there is a back room that Gizmo refuses to acknowledge, with some sort of giant possible robot inside of it.
Good to know.
I'm having this thought that maybe no matter what, we should definitely not show this chip to Gizmo. Now that I'm
I
realizing he has a giant robot that he doesn't want anyone to know about, I guess.
I do not think that even if the robot was old, it would be old enough to play whatever is on that.
I guess so. I should probably go tell the captain about the robot. That's the only other thing I saw. I didn't find anything else. Unless we should go check everywhere else first.
I was going to go check the room where the bomb was.
That's
But
where I
that's all I
checked.
had. Ah, nothing.
Yeah, nothing. Although I think I rolled a 2, so you know, you can go check again if you'd like.
Yeah, Rami, I will go do a sleepover once over.
Booker will go to what rooms have not been checked yet?
I mean, as far as like rooms that haven't really been thoroughly checked necessarily is probably the escape pod and or any of the weapons and artillery rooms.
Booker will go investigate those two then.
Just double duty it down here.
Mm.
Alrighty. We'll jump back to Aaron in the comms room. He's finally catching up. One
We
more
believe you, buddy.
time on that roll just to see if you really got it here. I believe in
Nat
you.
20. I believe in you, Dondi. Nat 20.
You got this.
I can see it in your future, dude. And nat 20.
And thus, the validity of Ramiel's future telling abilities is once again in question. All right, where's the airlock? No. The good news is that you found it, buddy. You figured it out. It appears it's coming from the med bay.
Squish, 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 squish.
And as you inform Echo of this, Echo begins fighting back this transmission and this virus that has created itself from it, and kind of working her way to sever that connection. It's visibly fighting back. I'm not so sure on any of these checks here that you would necessarily be able to figure it out that that's what it's doing, but I mean, at least you can tell visibly that by the franticness that Echo is going through to aggressively type, there does seem to be some kind of feedback here. When she finally presses enter one last time, everything on the ship slows down. And this neural feedback pulse goes throughout the entirety of the ship. I need everyone to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, a saving throw.
Understood.
I'm so okay.
Wow.
Oh my god.
We're looking
Oh,
at a
buddy.
modified 20.
Modified 20.
At least
Okay.
we're downstairs together. Full love, Dondi. Full love. But Dondi,
Wow.
I love you.
Where's the fucking button at?
I'm not lying. I said I love you. I do.
Oh, this one. No, how do I? Yeah.
I just enjoy your suffering from a distance.
Oh no,
Hey, monk twins.
monk twin.
Oh, wow. Is really all I've
I'm
got
feeling
to say here.
I'm feeling pretty good, guys. I don't know about you.
Bad. The answer is I feel bad.
You're mentally not going to feel well either. The only ones to pass are Eliora, Dahlia, and Remiel. The rest of you begin to experience a distorted vision. I guess if you're Aaron, this is just a normal Tuesday. It appears as some kind of a red nebula, focusing in, pulsing like a heart. And there's some kind of like metallic voice that whispers, "The seed remembers." And Aaron, as you kind of take it in, there's somewhat more to it that you can feel, but you can't exactly see, and or really remember. And as you begin to come to, you take a look over your shoulder there as Echo seems to have taken the brunt of this blast so far. And you see kind of sparks flying from her console, and her innards are beginning to flicker and something shatter almost. She looks over at you when she finally regains control and says something. I believe something has reached through me. That is when the med bay shuts down entirely, with all of the sterile lights extinguished as well. And the core basically kind of shuts down entirely over in the med bay. And there's just like a single shard that just hums with like this weird residual energy. That is kind of when you would see Dr. Thorne be coming up the stairs to the bridge. Like, what the fuck just happened? The transmission finally stops, and Starfinder is kind of like, she's going through everything. Papers are flying. She's moving the map around aggressively, before kind of making a remark that, well, I I think we're good. Where did it go? What where hold on. Where are we? The map is effectively upside down now at this point by how many times she's moved it around. And going going through everything, she runs to the side of the ship and peers out the window as she quickly realizes we're no longer in the slipstream, as the ship itself has reconfigured.
How
Can't really
so?
reconfigured to its stationary position, essentially, mechanically. We have no longer lost our super speed, our hyperspeed configuration at this time. But that was not her doing, and that was not the captain's doing, which is why it's a little odd. But looking out the window, she kind of makes like a huh, and comes back and begins trying to reread everything, that all the information that she had just gathered from the map and the trajectory of where you guys were headed. She'll kind of mumble under her breath, "Well, I tried to get us off course, but something something seems a little weird." Um, and there is a kind of a moment like, "I didn't do that," and then she looks at the captain, and the captain's like, "Well, I didn't do that." Um, the captain will kind of ask her, like, why are we no longer in hyperspace? And Echo kind of peers out, like, I believe that the situation has been averted. The captain's pleased by this news, however, not at the fact that we are no longer traveling as fast as we should have been. Or at least we should be now. Starfinder goes through her notes one more time and informs her this can be fixed. I know it can be fixed. I mean, if Gizmo can't do it, then no one can, and he can do anything. So I'm not really worried about it. Like these things happen. She starts rambling again, and as she goes through, she kind of looks at Dahlia like, "Do you see this by any chance?" Uh,
Do I see what?
exactly. The anomaly, it's gone. I mean, I know that we had kind of worked out a trajectory pinpoint to avoid, but this is odd. There's nothing here anymore.
Is there any chance that it only exists in hyperspace?
That is a possibility. But if it only exists in hyperspace, then
What pulled us out, by the way?
Echo kind of fully comes out onto the bridge and says, I can answer that. The transmission that we were receiving was heavily encrypted and required a very, very long time to decrypt. But as we figured out whether its chain of command it was taking hold of the ship itself, which could have put us on that course that was not exactly ordained. Severing the connection with it has given us a chance to evade. However, I believe it has also, in its last minutes, fought back by disabling our slipstream mode configuration. But now that it's gone, I should be able to go back into the systems and recorrect every bit of damage that has been caused.
Okay. Starfinder, that thing that we saw that was after us, if it had 20 minutes to intercept us while we were going through slip space, how long till it catches up to us now?
Well, that's just it. I'm not really sure that it was actually chasing us. I mean, it's a
But it was.
possibility.
So you think it was going after the signal, and now that that's gone, it's not after us anymore?
That's definitely the more likely situation, but if it were to be targeting us, particular, then without us being in hyperspace, there's a really good chance it could be here at any minute, but wouldn't it be here by now if it was? Maybe it was the signal. The captain kind of just leans against the wall, like, that's what I've been trying to tell you. This is why the transmission was more important than what was ahead. Whatever this signal was and wherever it came from, they were obviously trying to get us through it. Now, the real question now is, where did it come from? The captain starts walking down the bridge toward her quarters. Ironjaw returns with Nox, and there doesn't appear to be any damage to the hull, which is a good sign. That means that we're all not going to go free floating here in a minute. Just the usual bumps and bruises that the ship kind of came with, but also kind of didn't. Kind of as that's being said, there's like, uh, who's got the highest passive perception?
I don't want to say it might be me.
Jolly is at 13.
Passive perception. I'm at a 12.
Mine's a
9.
16.
16.
Yeah, Bucko.
Call me Bucko again.
Yeah, Bucko.
He's like, damn, I didn't get this far.
Yeah. I don't know what to do now.
Great.
How do I challenge her to a duel in the game? It's time to
I just have to stay away from you.
Surely I'm faster. It's not about when I catch. No, it's not about if I catch you. It's about when I catch you.
I think by
You
the time
sleep.
you
I
can.
don't.
Looking
I
at
mean, not if you're dead.
Ramio, you catch anyone above a 15 would catch that there is I'm not even gonna say 15. Anyone who above like a 12. Because it's not exactly
Above a 12?
12 or above.
Okay, okay. Cut me off right there.
Yeah, you kind of notice something free floating past you guys out the window.
Huh. Is it a
Free
And
body?
a low rumble against the ship.
It's Aaron.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
that's
What are you
why.
doing out there, buddy?
Goodbye, Aaron. Aaron, come back.
Val just
Like-
holding on by his ankles, trying to reel him back in.
um.
Why won't you let me
Yeah.
die?
No. Is it a body?
No, it is not a body. Moving over to the window, you would notice outside that there appears to be a fragmented asteroid belt very close. Gravitationally unstable, as noted by Starfinder, as she realizes what everyone's looking at. There's like almost like a hum of energy that goes through these rocks as they're floating past. And she kind of whispers to herself, it's like the stars, they're whispering back. Ironjaw just literally shrugs his shoulders like, that's it. I don't know why she's in charge of steering the ship, but okay. And you kind of notice here at the end that there is bits and pieces that are not rock related at all. They appear to be some kind of pieces of scrap metal from an old, probably old ship. They're just kind of free floating along the rocks there. As you all stand there at the viewport, the debris kind of like they drift like ghosts. It's like very, some are metallic and some are hollow, and they're all just eerily silent, floating by. One of the shards actually floats close enough that you can see the sigil of an ancient exploration vessel. It's named Under Etherean Dawn. You kind of see Ironjaw mumble to himself for a moment. I guess that's what happened to it. Um,
this a famous missing ship?
Famous, more like infamous.
Oh,
Yeah, rumored anyways, that they supposedly were the first ones to try to find Nebula X. They didn't find it.
so their adventure ends here.
Yeah, well, the fun part is, they named the asteroid belt after them. That's got to count for something.
Guess it at least means we're on the right track, right?
Absolutely. Starfinder diligently goes back to her maps and begins plotting a new course for us here. But that is really where we will cue the fade out here, as more suspense and awe is mixed in with some more unease about whatever the fuck is going on. And that will do it for tonight's session.
Yippee!
That was
You
a
guys
weird
didn't get
ending.
the bad
Awesome
ending,
session.
so, that's something.
Hey,
It could have gone
Yippee.
way, way worse for everyone. I'm just going to point that out.
It's
It could have
never
gone
too late for Talia to get
so
to a
poorly.
bad.
I'm so sorry I blanked. I honestly, my brain just could not grasp what I was trying to do.
No,
Just
you
give
I
a
good.
speech
appreciate
right
everyone's.
now.
You
Inspire the
got there,
crew
though.
right now. Give a speech.
Pretty much.
I got I got anxious. Blue Jay is not a speech person.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, you don't have to solve mechanics to do the engineering, but if you're the charisma person, do a speech. Give a speech right now with your human mouth.
Sorry, I totally
Honestly,
hard
you
blanked.
should
I
just
appreciate everyone's patience.
you should just go, yeah, I give a good speech and roll persuasion or performance.
You know, Morgan, I
Come
love
out of my
you.
mouth.
I will keep that in mind. Dondi, I'm sorry. You suck at rolling.
Oh, okay.
But no, for real, I appreciate you. I will, yes, remember that for next time. I get so into it that I'm like, I want to say something cool, but I'm not a cool person, so I panicked.
No, you made it work, though. I mean, at least you talked Starfinder off the ledge for long enough for Aaron to be able to recover everything on the ship. Um, the
I mean,
real
if that
question
didn't work, the
is,
next
what
option
else is
was
gonna
to
go on?
tase her to sleep. um,
It's a headlock.
That's good. We get our pilot to just
What
completely
you
conk
do
out.
that was like
yeah, just a little
so
nap for like 5 minutes.
problematic?
It won't kill you.
What exactly was Starfinder doing that was so troublesome? I guess I'm a little lost.
The anomaly that was taking place, it was more so Captain Zara just didn't want the focus to be on that. Um, whether or not she knew something else that everybody else knew, I have no idea. But it did feel like the transmission that was taking over the ship, from what she could understand from Echo, was far more traumatic to the ship's integrity than at least charting a new course. Because the
So it
way Echo had
seemed
basically described it was, if this virus does take over the ship, we would die regardless, even if we avoided this anomaly.
and it seemed like it was gonna take over the whole ship in less than 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
it was the way it was working its way through the systems, and judging by how it had completely shut off the medbay's power, it was, in those couple of hours since takeoff, it has completely, we don't fully even know yet the extent of what this has done to the ship, really.
Understood.
It was more like one of those things where it's like things are going bad. I'm gonna try and fix it before anyone really notices. Okay, didn't do that, so now I have to get everyone involved because it's that bad.
Mhm.
Echo's pretty good at her job, but there are things like this. Like clearly, whoever was behind this knew exactly what they were doing, to down all the way to knowing exactly what this ship has in its systems, how it runs. Um, I mean, that's like everything inside and out, which is not an uncommon thing. I mean, this ship did used to be an old Federation ship. Um, probably stolen, as one does. How? That's a story for later that you'd have to ask the captain. Um, but I mean, so like getting the information is not necessarily impossible, but given its age and how outdated that information would be to a lot of people, getting a hold of the specific specs on the ship in terms of every modified update that the crew has done thus far over the past 37 years, um, that would be a huge endeavor to take on. As many of you have seen, mostly Booker, uh, Gizmo takes a lot of liberties on how the ship is designed. Um, he was the one who engineered how the slipstream would even work. That's not typically how any Federation ship works at all. They do not modulate in any way. Down to the internal systems that Echo has literally carved out herself to write into this ship itself. There is so much that someone would have to work hard to be able to break her walls and infiltrate like that. Um, which is why she was not able to intercept this quite nearly as quickly as she had hoped. It is definitely a lot, but we did it.
You
We
did it.
survived. We did not implode.
Barely. Barely.
Barely. Well, I mean, there's room for, I guess, a little bit of error before imminent death, but yeah, it could have gone way, way worse. Yeah. So next week we'll pick back up and, well, cleaning this place up. This has been a one hell of a day aboard this ship as we're closing in on like the 10-hour mark here, probably. 10 hours is a long time for a virus to set itself in to the internal systems. Damage internally could be pretty bad, but we will use next week to figure out exactly how bad.
Okie dokie.
Awesome session. I had a ton of fun.
Yeah,
This was
great.
a fun one. I want
Yeah.
every session we'll do, to be more. I'm glad that you guys had plenty of time to role play as you guys are developing these characters amongst yourselves. Don't let those seeds of doubt destroy anything that's going on. It's fine. It's fine. We're friends. Everyone's a friend. There's nothing wrong.
I don't see any seeds of doubt. I see a great bunch of new friends.
You would say that.
What does that mean?
Of all the characters. Of all the characters.
We're all friends.
Someone's about to
Everything's
steal all
great.
my lighters.
Oh, is a 250% price increase the friends and family discount?
Honestly.
Can it be? Yeah,
must be a
Booker reaches
discount
into his
for
pocket
enemies
and he
then.
realizes that he's one less lighter than he had before. No recollection
yet,
of
not
when he
yet.
lost it, but
Sure, it will happen.
actually, roll a history check real quick.
Me?
Yeah, Booker, roll
Oh
a
my
history
god.
check.
Does anyone remember the rolls I did really early on in session for no reason?
Oh, solid 6 again.
Wow.
Well done.
I think I've rolled like 5 6s this session.
Well, you definitely don't remember losing it, but you're fairly certain you had all of them when you boarded the ship. Whether or not you know that in confidence, that's a different story. Fairly certain. Maybe you misplaced it before we left. Who's really to say? You did kind of have to run out of that hostel really, really fast.
Or maybe you even misplaced it somewhere on the ship.
Yeah, who knows?
I think
It's
Gizmo
somewhere.
took it probably.
Yeah, that seems about right.
You did hold a lighter in front of it, so there's a possibility.
That's true.
He saw how cool it was.
But you did also hold the lighter, a different one, in front of Ramiel, so.
I have a list. I have 2 people on the list.
Brutal interrogation to come.
Yeah. All right, it's about 1 a.m. my time, so I'm gonna head out. But thank you guys so much for the session. Super fun.
Yeah.
Can't wait to
Had a
play
good
next
time.
week.
Bye, everybody.
Bye,
Bye,
everyone.
guys.
Good night, stream.
Bye. Good night. Bye. Good night. Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye, good night.